I don't know, committee work, getting it done, right? Getting the work done. So appreciate that. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order with a roll call, a voice roll call. And so if you will, we'll begin. Member Bogus is here. Member Bollinger is here. Member Booth is here. Member Brenton is here. Member Davis. Is she online with us yet? Will you just let me know if we have any online with us? Member Earl is here. Member Green, keep an eye out as well. Member Hall. He is. Thank you. Yeah, he's okay. Thank you. I'm here. Member Kelly is here. Member Carey is here. Member Lear is here. Member Longacre is here. Member Reel on her way, and Member Wood is here. Good. Okay. Well, with that, let's jump right into agenda item 5 for today. This is Utah School for the Deaf and the Blind. This is their board meeting. So we are going to first go to agenda item 5.1, the monthly USDB budget update. And we've got with us Assistant Superintendent of Operations, Deborah Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Deborah Jacobson, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. We have now officially completed the first quarter of the new fiscal year. And as of right now, USDB is looking okay. But keeping in mind that the first quarter typically includes part of their summer. So there's not quite as many expenditures in that first quarter. And USDB still continues to be a budget risk moving forward, and that's due to the deficit. The contingency or the motion that you made yesterday to cover that deficit will be of great help, and so that's very much appreciated. But we will be continuing to review all processes and implementing new controls, which we've done several so far, but we will continue to do that until we feel comfortable that USDB has regained its solvency. But outside of that, that concludes my report, unless anybody has any questions.
Okay, Member Laird, did you have a question?
I do.
Go ahead, Member Laird.
I'm just wondering, is your role?
Will you make sure that we can hear you on your mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Is your role sort of as the financial person for USDB, or are you just doing it still? I mean, I know you're not employed differently, but is this a permanent thing? Explain to me how your role is now functioning.
Sure. Based on legislation this past year, that was one thing that was explicitly put in the bill, is that all of USDB finances will now be under financial operations for USBE.
So the USDB also will not be hiring another financial officer? Gotcha, that's helpful.
Okay. Seeing no additional lights, let's move on to, oh, there it is. Member Earl.
Sorry. Just a clarification there. So let me understand. So we have Vicki and you. Who's the financial individuals?
So I would be pretty much the acting finance director, which I am for USBE as well. Vicki Summers, all of the finance staff now just falls under USBE financial operations. So every section in USBE also has a budget manager, section accountants. So she is the actual budget manager for USDB.
And I guess my question would be, we don't need additional support there? I think that's what you're asking. Am I right? Is that kind of what you were asking or not? Well, that's what I'm asking. Yes. Do we need additional support there?
We may need additional support, and we are reviewing that. We are still realigning their positions for that finance staff. As far as another finance director, that's not the consideration.
Okay. I was going to say, because I think if there was additional funding needed, there's that available now, and I would rather we had the right amount of people to do the right amount of work than have people spread too thin. So anyways, and great. We hopefully that's good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Deborah. Does that conclude your report? Okay, perfect. We're going to go to agenda item 5.2 then, the superintendent report, and we'll turn it over to Superintendent Hart.
Excuse me, I thought that answer was going to go a little longer. My M&Ms. Okay. Thank you for the time. USDB, we've, hit the ground running. So I want to just draw your attention to, you should have received in your email a report out of the advisory committee that's required in rule, and you will be getting those starting now and for all meetings in the future. Coming up, we're in the process of getting the annual report together and in a presentation mode for you. And we are also awaiting the OLEG report. What we are still working on is the what I consider a three-part process. We're of course right-sizing the budget, as you heard. We are working on making sure that people are in the right places, doing the right things according to the mission. We're working through the working group and the recommendations, and that's completing their work. And you will start to see coming attractions, a flurry of policies, and I think you'll start to see a number of those on the agenda. And then, of course, thank you for the commitment to the internal controls project. That's what our goal is to create a firm foundation for USDB so that it is so that we don't have these things happen in the future. That's got to be baked into the processes and the procedures of USDB. So we will be reporting out now that that project can get started. We will be reporting out how that project goes. And I would like to take just a small amount of time. I'd like to call up Darren Nielsen, the interim. Come on up, please. And I would like to, Darren, we have, as an interim, I've placed Darren there. He's a member of our staff here at USBE. And what was very obvious very quickly is that in order to do the best work, we needed someone boots on the ground, located there every day to really handle many of these issues. And I'd like to, with the chair's permission, turn over just a few moments for him to update update you all on some activities that we've been doing at USDB.
Thank you. Darren Nielsen. I'm not sure my title, but I'm going to
You
say
are.
Interim Assistant Superintendent for the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind for the Utah State Board of Education. How's that sound? And I'm on about day 14 with the assignment of working directly with the schools for the deaf and the blind. And it's been an invigorating and very enjoyable experience so far. I've got an office in Salt Lake campus as well as Ogden. I'm typically at the Ogden campus. It's closer to my physical residence, but I've also been to the Springville campus, and I've worked out a visit to the St. George classrooms that the Schools for the Deaf and Blind have with Washington County. I've had the opportunity to meet with all of the directors, the school safety specialists, our senior leadership, the advisory council members that was mentioned earlier that we held that regular meeting on. It's been enjoyable because I've sensed a welcoming from the staff that I've interacted with. The vast majority of staff have welcomed the additional support that the State Board of Education, their board, is providing to them. I've highlighted that for those who have expressed concerns that they feel like their needs aren't always addressed, that's a significant investment for the State Board to put one of their assistants there full-time, at least in an interim status, until some of these other decisions get made. I've pointed out that many of our board members attended a training recently on local boards, which you serve in that capacity for the Schools for the Deaf and Blind, as well as the State Board of Education, these two tiers of policy levels that you fulfill for them. They've been appreciative of that. I sense that they, most of the staff, those that I've interacted with, are grateful for that attention and the support for the work that they do with a wide range of student needs across the entire state, and even providing some services for students that reside outside of our state because their states can't meet the needs of those students as declared in their IEP. So it's quite a highly skilled group of professionals that you employ through the state Schools for the Deaf and the Blind. And I've worked in 2 different districts in a variety of capacities, and I've never met a group of educators that are more committed to the students that they work with. That has caught my attention. Educators naturally are like that anyway, a proxy parent when a student is in their classroom. And these educators are certainly as strong at that as any group that I've interacted with. As Superintendent Hart indicated, beginning with the October Standing Committee that Board Member Wood chairs, you'll start to see policies. We're in the process of evaluating all of the policies, identifying a 5-year review schedule for us to look at those, and then also the ones that are the most high risk to be bringing those to the Standing Committee, and then eventually to the full board in your capacity as the LEA for the Schools for the Deaf and Blind. So we'll keep you really busy over the coming months in looking at and helping support good, strong policies. And then we're working culturally to make sure that as a group of educators, we follow those policies, that they're current, accurate, communicated, and that we have good practice of following the policies that we're required to.
And we'd love to answer any questions that the board may have about the direction we're moving. We know you're getting lots of information from, the working group, the standing committee, the various channels. Any clarity that we can provide, we would love to.
Thank you. Member Booth.
I'm interested in just an update on how the actual services to the children across the state, have we figured out how to put a Band-Aid on the gaping wound until we have everything established in terms of relationships with LEAs across the state and their contribution to the education of each of these individual students, and from a central location, our contribution to the education of each of those individual students. I know that with the financial situation and with just the inordinate amount of change that has hit us between the eyes as we started this new school year, they could potentially be missing a few of the services that they require in order to continue to grow. So I'm just wondering if we've got that attended to for the meantime, and we're working towards getting it totally back on track.
So while we change the structure or the back end work, I am fully confident and in saying that the services to students have not changed. It's the work on the back end. It's the working group working through recommendations for how it's funded and where it's funded and the mechanisms. But the services to students are continuing, and those are. We've got Deaf Town coming up. We've had a number of activities that students are already engaging in. You see those in the newsletters, I hope, and always you're welcome to come to any of those or attend any of those. The front facing, the student facing continues as it has been. It's the back end where this flurry of activity is. So, and we try to keep a distinction between those two, and we try to minimize the effect on the students. Of course, with budget contraction, there is an effect to services, but we definitely are seeing the majority of the changes on our end, not on the student-facing end. And if you'd like to add to that, please.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and especially in terms of the services students receive during the school day. In the audit, you might recall there was a reference to the permanent land trust funds. The schools for the deaf and the schools for the blind have lands that have been set apart specifically for enrichment activities. And previously, those funds were put together for a number of years. And so you had $1.2 million, something in that number, that could provide these enrichment activities to both groups of students. The audit required that we look at that closer. The Attorney General's office issued a statement that indicated those needed to be separated, and the funds that are designed for the schools or students who are blind should be used for their enrichment activities, and those for the deaf should be used for those. So, and that's $1 million versus $200,000 generally. And so that we are feeling that's those are the enrichment activities that occur outside the school day. And we're working through processes to try to resolve that. That's a significant difference, though, especially because our school for the deaf or hard of hearing has higher enrollment numbers. That happens to be the group that has the $200,000 for enrichment activities, and our students who are blind has the $1 million. That is a concern to Director Tanner and myself. The advisory council discussed that briefly. And we're hopeful to have some mitigation this year by working through the foundation, which is in the process of trying to get reorganized with their bylaws and articles of confederation. And we're hopeful to be able to approach them about trying to help with some of those enrichment activities. So Superintendent is correct. In terms of the IEP services that occur during the school day, those are still being met, but these enrichment activities that occur outside the day or in the expanded core, that's an area that we do have concerns that your leadership team on site is working through, including Deborah Jacobson is trying to assist with that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl.
Is that just a code change, or is it specific properties that are associated with the deaf and specific properties with the blind students who are blind?
Yeah, that's if I can, I think I can quote Deborah Jacobson. You just throw something at me if I'm wrong. It was the luck of the draw when the lands were
Where the
set
lands
aside.
are set. Okay. So it is a specific land piece that they're accumulating. So it's not just. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
and the land that is sold or that generates revenue goes into this trust, much like the regular or the standard trust lands program. And so it just so happens that the schools, the trust land set aside for our blind students has generated more revenue, and it is generating revenue, and our students who are deaf or hard of hearing, their land is, they're rich in land, but not rich in money.
Yeah. That's fine. I just wondered what that was. And yeah. Okay. That answers my question.
Okay. Member Carey.
Chair, if it's appropriate and in order, I would like to request I'd like to have a motion to reconsider the board's decision from yesterday to allocate a total of $4.6 million to USDB. And if I have a second, I would then like to speak to the motion.
Yeah, let me just briefly, because I think we're in the middle of a report. Does that wrap up your report?
If there's no further questions, then we're good. No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kelsey, briefly.
Chair, yeah, sorry. Sybil or AG Beal can correct me if I'm wrong. This is noticed as an information item. I don't believe we can make motions at this point. I would, since it was from yesterday, I would suggest to Member Carey, if he wants to make that motion, to wait till we move to our unfinished board business item.
So
And
let me,
then-
yeah, let me ask, because there was a conversation and a request to make this potential motion. And I admittedly said, at the beginning, probably unfinished business is the best part. But it would be best with the board or with the USDB here. And so, although agenda item 15.2, and this is why I kind of interrupt Member Carey, because we were in an information item, there is no action item on agenda item 5. That is true. We are wrapping up agenda item 5. We can go into agenda item 6, but do we have, I guess the question is, and now we're talking processes again, it could be right after the USDB audit report. So anyway, yeah, I mean, it could be. I just don't know if he's out of line to say, hey, here we are. We're not in an information item anymore. I'd like to bring this back. I don't think he's out of line to do that. Well, you're welcome to talk in the mic, and we can go before the board.
So the rules would say you can't bring it right now because it was an order of business of the USBE, and we're now in the board business for the USDB, which are two different things, and so it has to come under unfinished business of the USBE.
I could agree with that.
And
I
so
could agree with that.
if you're looking
So-
for the rigid rules of process, you need to keep it under agenda item number 7.
Okay, that's fair. And are you okay to wait then, Member Carey? Let me get your microphone on. You can speak.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I would argue that we're between the two sessions, but it's okay. We can wait till the unfinished business. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just, for the public and for board members, let me just lay out, if I know you have it in front of you. Agenda item 6, which we are headed into, is the Standing Committee Report for USDB. 6.3 is information. 6.4 is USDB Audit Report. That's an action item as well. So I don't believe USDB is going anywhere, and please stick around because we do want you to be a part of this. It is what Member Carey's bringing back was we did discuss USDB, and so we'd love for you to stick around. Member Carey?
Yeah, Chair, if I may, just because I don't want anyone to think I'm requesting the money back. And I don't want them to sit there and think, why is he? So just, that's not the reason, but just adding a layer of accountability is all I'm seeking. So because there's this weight, I didn't think that, we're not trying to ice anybody. Thank you.
Yeah, way to break the suspense. Now they can relax. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, everybody, for your thoughts and input on that. Let's move forward to agenda item 6.6. This is 6. This is the USDB Standing Committee Report, and we'll turn it over to the chair of that committee, Chair Wood.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 motions coming out of committee this time, and I'm looking forward to having a lot more. We're in a great spot with Superintendent Nilsson and his policy review. I feel like we're actually doing the work of the local LEA for maybe the first time. We've kind of stumbled along, and having someone that's very focused on those policies and how we get them to us is a great thing. So our first motion is that the board review and approve the student owner device policy.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board review and approve the student-owned device policy. Do we have, I'm just wondering, do we have any questions? I don't see any lights. I think we can tee this up for a vote. And will you remind me who's on? We have Member Davis online and Member Reel. Okay. So I'll let you know, Member Davis and Member Reel, when voting is open. And Member Earl, if you'll check in for.
Thank you.
And then that's a Member Lear, will you keep Member Reel's? I believe so. 1 second. Member Kelly.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the document, and it says that it was authorized by Joel Coleman, Superintendent. I'm just wondering if that is something that needs to be updated.
He reviewed it. He was until August 31st. He was the superintendent at that time when it was under review. So it will go into their policies as an updated. But the draft was initially reviewed by Superintendent Coleman.
All right.
Okay, let me restate the motion, and I think we're ready to vote. The motion is that the board review and approve the student-owned device policy. Board members, let's vote. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Reel?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimous. Well, almost. We need Member Reel. Oh, she's a yes. We just got that passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Wood.
Thank you, Chair. So as a committee, we went almost line by line. We were walked through the audit and with the Superintendent Hart. And from that, we had a discussion. And so the motion for the board is that the board adopt and support the requirements of the USDB audit to bring forth both financial and programmatic systems under the agency, and in addition, recommend the following changes to code. Quote, the superintendent shall appoint an assistant superintendent of USBE to function as the superintendent of the USDB.
So the motion is that the board adopt, and it's the last one in the agenda memo. Do you see that? It says that the board adopt and support the requirements of the USDB audit to bring both financial and programmatic systems under the agency, and in addition, recommend the following changes to code. The superintendent shall appoint an assistant superintendent of USBE to function as the superintendent of the USDB. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. To the maker of the motion, I believe. Why are we not doing a deputy superintendent? Why were this puts us 3 layers removed from the board. Why are we not just doing a two down? Like we do with Superintendent Jones and Superintendent Voorhees and
I might need some help with this. Because we have I need a picture. Well, yeah, it's salary wise, it fit in at so you have the superintendent, then you have deputies, and then you have the assistant superintendents, and then you have associate superintendents. Where the salary for the superintendent of USDB fits is with the assistant superintendent. By putting it under a deputy, in this case of student achievement, you then have it underneath. You have some oversight that is very specific to special education, which all of the students are served on IEPs that are served at USDB. So it provides that level of oversight needed for the particular students that are served. If it were a deputy level, we would be needing to ask for more funding.
can I follow up?
Follow up.
So don't we need to ask for funding anyway? Because right now we have an interim, and if we're adding a position and backfilling Mr. Nielsen, I forget he had a very long title today.
Yes, he does.
But if we're backfilling that position and we're adding this position, it would stand to reason that we need money for the position.
It's not adding. If this were to happen, then this position is using the funding that funded the previous person. We are not adding a
So this is out of USDB's budget, not out of USBE's budget.
Correct. The reason it is out of USBE's budget right now is because it's interim. and it's not a permanent change.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
I'm going to ask a question if that's okay. This last part here, and help me with clarity. It says the superintendent shall appoint. We're recommended the following changes to code. So are we stating here that we are looking at stripping the interim and asking for this to be a permanent structure? Just for clarity. That's what it sounds like. Okay.
So currently, the board selects the superintendent. But with the new, and it's part of that kind of awkward place that we've been put in with code right now, where the USDB has become a subdivision of USDB has become a subdivision of USBE, and they're an individual education agency. So we're in this weird spot, and the board appoints the superintendent. So this would give more clarity to that structure, where if they're going to be under, and that's why the initial part where we bring both the financial, which was dictated through HB 567, and programmatic systems under the agency, this allows that flexibility to make sure that the superintendent is still acting as the overarching decision maker, but that we have that extra support through this mechanism.
Member Carey?
Yeah, and I do appreciate that clarity, and I also appreciate several members of the USDB committee reached out and helped me better understand it, as did Superintendent Hart. So I think it is a good change. I think it increases accountability across both platforms, and I think that carries additional risk for the Superintendent Hart because the success or failure of that organization now is tied directly to Superintendent Hart. Yeah, that's all. But I think it's a good change and a positive change. Thank you.
Okay, Member Earl.
Yeah, and I had similar question as why not just right under the superintendent? But as I've talked with people and kind of thought about this, I agree too with that additional support of Leah, who oversees student support, right? All those different mechanisms there. This just seems to be a cohesive way to say these are some of our students, right? And with that specialty area, I just think it helps to create maybe, I don't know if camaraderie is the right word, but it's, you know what I mean, that professionalism and that engagement, and so that we can be cohesive across all mechanisms. So we're kind of that compliance pieces falling under there. So I too appreciate this direction.
The motion before the board then is that the board adopt and support the requirements of the USDB audit to bring both financial and programmatic systems under the agency, and in addition recommend the following changes to code. The superintendent shall appoint an assistant superintendent of USBE to function as the superintendent of the USDB. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Davis? Member Reel?
Yes.
Oh, Member Davis, that was a yes?
Yes, sorry. It took me a minute to get on the yes.
You're okay. And Member Reel? Okay. Okay. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Wood.
We have no further business. I would just recommend to both of you either watch the committee as we did the deep dive into the audit. It's a really great opportunity to see where we know we need to make changes. And I love that you all received the advisory council minutes and the taping of that. That was a phenomenal meeting. Superintendent Nilsson got Paula Plant to come in and train them on their role as a school community council. There's just a lot of deep dive, and you can see the care and ability of these advisory council members who really are engaged in this community and want the best for it and the decisions they're making. So thank you. That completes our work.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we want to thank the USDB. I know you're going to stick around. You're still on the edge of your seat. It's not as bad as we thought it was, but you're still waiting. And we are going to move into unfinished board business. And we're going to start with Member Carey before we bring back what we had left yesterday. So Member Carey.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So the motion would be that the board add a requirement for the, a motion to reconsider. Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to reconsider, and if that is seconded, I would just like to speak to it, Chair.
We have a motion and consider it and a second, please.
The motion to reconsider would just be to discuss the funds that this board rightfully decided to make available to USDB yesterday. But as I reflected on it and had discussions with some of the members, the board members, it really is $3 million. And part of me was, well, we know Superintendent Hart, we know Deputy Jones, we know these individuals. And so I don't think the accountability that we would normally overlay on that type of allocation was there. It was really, here's $3 million and we trust you to spend it. And I want to make clear this is not about trust, but it's about the fiduciary duty we have as a board for USDB. So should that motion pass, it's not about taking the money back, but rather just adding a layer of accountability that would require regular updates to this board every time $500,000 of that money is spent.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board reconsider the motion to allocate funding to USDB for the deficit and contingency fund. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote. Again, this is to bring back for reconsideration. So let's vote. Member Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed, those in opposition being Member Reel and Member Lear. Back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. And my motion would be or is that the board add a requirement for the superintendent to provide an itemized list of expenditures to be reviewed by the board for each $500,000 that the USDB spends from the $3 million contingency fund.
And we're adding to this. Not necessary, because it should just be as, well, let's get a second and we can discuss. But is there a second to this? We have a second. Back to you, Member Carey.
Yeah, again, I think I've already described, I think, the wisdom of having this. And I just think, again, it's an extra layer of protection, not an indication of, just an extra layer of accountability. Thank you.
Would this be, I've got Superintendent Hart with a question, but would this be done every board meeting? I know that Kelsey was kind of trying to read between the lines here, or would this be just an email to board members? What are your thoughts in that regard?
I didn't want to bog it down with those things, so I would assume it would be an email. It could even be provided at the next board meeting after the $500,000 was spent. Whatever would be most convenient, but allowing the board to have that kind of information.
Superintendent Hart.
I certainly don't have any problem with the idea. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the expectations. What level, like, what granular level would that? But I'm hoping that I can phone a friend and maybe you could ask categories or, do you understand what I'm asking? So can you ask it in a financial way?
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So, Chair, would Board Member Carey be amenable to just making it an integral part of your monthly monthly budget update, where we do add specificity? We may not, depending on what the decision is. So there's the 1.6 million. We're just advising to do that. So if that were done or adopted, we would report on that. But then as we get to into the contingency, we may not actually end up spending that. But as we did, we would update you monthly on what expenditures to date have occurred within the monthly budget report. We just add that level of specificity for that team. Would that satisfy the transparency and accountability and reporting for those funds?
Member Carey.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I would only, and I'm sure this is the case, but just confirm that when they're included in that monthly update, they would be designated as expenditures from the unallocated fund. Correct. Yeah. I think that would be perfect.
It would be its own program. So we'd have something like a line item, right, where we would actually just detail the expenditures out of that particular bucket.
Member Carey, if I could I know I'm asking permission to direct a question to Scott regarding your motion. I just want to make sure, does this motion still, with that understanding, does this motion still work, or does it need to be amended to, I believe you when you say you'll bring it up in our monthly budget report. There's no question about that. Do we need to strike this amendment or this motion? Do we need to amend this motion? What do you think, Scott?
Well, I certainly don't need an emotion to get to, that level of granular detail that is being proposed. It would help, though, that for the record, for the public to know that when I do get to that point of reporting anything, that it was at your direction and in the interest of transparency. So I see no harm either way. But, if you want to make the motion, that's fine. But I would do it if you told me to do it without a motion too. So.
Member Carey, thoughts before I go to Member Kelly?
Just for clarity, if this works, I would just add after contingency fund to be made at the time of the monthly report. And I think that addresses it. It adds the clarity, and we avoid any duplication of an extra email or correspondence.
So with that, we're going to call this an amendment. And Kelsey, are you driving? I know, I'm sorry to interrupt, but will you just add on here to the end of this? This is an amendment, and we'll seek a vote quickly. But
at the time of the monthly report.
At the time of the monthly budget report, I think is what it's titled. Yeah. Is there a second to this amendment? Second. Is there any opposition to this amendment? Okay, so this is our motion now, and I apologize. I said Member Kelly, but I do have Vice Chair Wood who's been waiting. She doesn't have a light to push, so it's Vice Chair Wood, and then Member Kelly, and then I've got Member Lear.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to make sure that there was an understanding that we may not use this money at all, because it felt like there was a requirement coming in that may never be needed. So, and if we can stay on budget, we hope to not need it, right? We're just trying to make sure that we have all of our, we're organized this time. So do we need an if needed, or we all know that we may never see this report, and that's okay. That's a good thing if we never see this report.
Well, I really think I understand Board Member Carey's intent here. I think his intent here is to make sure that we're very transparent about whether we're using it or not. So I could say, by exception, we have not used that as part of the report. I mean, we like that. So yes, either way, we'd do that. But I can always provide you update on whether we've used that funds or not. And if we did, then I can tell you for what. So as part of the monthly budget update.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
I think that Board Member Wood just captured what I was going to say, but I just want to reiterate that we allocated 1.6 million to cover a deficit, and this 3 million is a contingency. So the goal is that we never have to dip into this $3 million, that we stay within budget. And if we're staying within budget, that this money never gets used or has to be dipped into. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And thank you.
Member Lear?
Thank you. And this is perhaps a follow-up to Superintendent Hart's question and to Scott, if that's all right, Chair.
Yes, please.
Scott Jones. And maybe I'm just being a little overprotective. I'll throw in that caveat. But an itemized list of expenditures, is that something that you can readily do? Does that cause you more? So it's not any big deal whether it says a list of expenditures or an itemized list. It's something that you would routinely know and it would be easy to do. That's helpful. Thank you.
Scott, will you just answer that on the record with your microphone, please? Go ahead.
Yes, it would be easy. That concludes my response. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we have that on record.
Thank you, Bev.
Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you. So I see the need for this and we keep talking about it, but if we spend contingency funds, it automatically triggers a report. Am I truthful in that? Because I guess I'm not really understanding why we're debating the if-thens and whatevers, because an automatic report is triggered when contingency funds are dipped into. So I get it, and I think it's important, but I don't think all of the other details are needed at this time. And please make me smarter and disagree with me if that is not the case.
Deputy Superintendent Jones.
Madam Chair, I don't disagree that it does trigger a report. I think what the intent, though, is to extrapolate the details of that report based on the circumstances that we're in right now. So it'll only be temporary, and it would be very easy, and I could do it as part of the monthly budget update at your direction, at the board's direction, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing no other lights, I'll go ahead and read the motion. The motion is that the board add a requirement for the superintendent to provide an itemized list of expenditures to be reviewed by the board for each $500,000 that the USDB spends from the $3 million contingency fund at the time of the monthly budget report. And let's go ahead and vote. Member Davis?
Yes.
Okay. That passes unanimously, 14 in favor and Chair Hymas absent. All right, we will move on to, sorry, go ahead, Member Earl.
One of the motions we made yesterday, I want to reconsider so we can have some additional discussion on it. I want us to bring back the assessment with the opt-out. So I'm asking that to be reconsidered for some additional discussion.
Okay, do you want to phrase exactly
That's
what you
the
want?
phrase. I'd like to reconsider the opt-out for the 2 assessment pieces that we made for legislative request. Yes, that's the language from yesterday.
And can we just for the record, so this is
You want me to read it
motion-
off?
No, so this, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure. Oh, I apologize. Our USDB folks, I just want to let you know that we've concluded any of our discussions. So you're welcome to stay as long as you want. You're always welcome to be here, but you're also welcome to move on. Does that address? Okay, I apologize for that. So I just want to make sure that we understand. So this is one that passed yesterday that you're reconsidering. So go ahead and read your motion.
I'd like to reconsider the motion related to, let's see, the board. Okay, that the board reconsider the motion to request staff work with the legislature to amend subsection 53G 68039A to add the following language: is a computer adaptive assessment or is an assessment that an LEA or school administrator in lieu of an assessment described in subsections I through IV.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. Go ahead and speak to that motion.
Yeah, I just, after we got done, just talking to a few people, getting a little bit of feedback. I got a couple of texts. I just would like some additional discussion with this, trying to figure out if this is even necessary, because students can already opt out of, with the right of conscience, there's not any piece of the curriculum or assessments or whatever that they can opt out of. So it's just, I'm just wondering if this is necessary, if it's going to take a lot of staff time, and then we're using our legislative willpower up there for something people can already do. So I just like, and I'd like, if this gets reconsidered, I'd like some additional discussion on that, so.
Okay. Is this to the motion, Member Bogus? Okay, so the motion right now is just to reconsider the motion. So seeing no other lights, let's go ahead, I'll go ahead and read this off and we'll cue this up for a vote. The motion is that the board reconsider the motion to request staff work with the legislature to amend subsection 53G-6-8039A to add the following language: is a computer adaptive assessment or is an assessment that an LEA or school administrator in lieu of assessment described in subsections I through IV. Let's cue that up for a vote. Member Davis?
Yes.
Looks like we're Vice Chair Wood? Okay, that motion passes 8 in favor, 6 no votes. Those no votes being Member Booth, Member Lear, Member Green, Member Kelly, and a couple of more. We'll get those on the record. Okay, so now we are back. Who else? Oh, Real and Bogus. Okay, so we are back to reconsidering the motion on the board. And
Okay.
Member.
Yes, and let me just speak to this. Just like I said, I had a number of people reach out, and I asked Member Bogus and a number of other people. I asked, if we're able to use the right of conscience, what is prohibiting parents from already engaging, right? In saying I'm not going to do this assessment. I reached out to a couple of districts this morning and asked, are you having trouble here? Are people not able to use the right of conscience? Some of those districts I reached out to said, we've not actually had a lot of parents engage with this. I had a parent and I'm just giving an example, in the fall that called me about something they exercised their right of conscience on, and I reached out to the district and provided the information for them, and they were able to opt the student and parent out of the particular item that the district was requiring. To me, we're adding more layers instead of just actually educating on what the purpose is of that, right? And so I actually, with that in mind, I feel like we need to do an education piece with what the right of conscience is. It allows these items to already be opted out of, and that parents can do that without a problem. They can refrain at any time. So I don't know. I would appreciate some additional discussion around this, but I feel like this is just adds a layer of complexity to something that we could already do. The opt-out portion of this was created years ago before we had the right of conscience, and now I feel like that right of conscience piece really does allow for that flexibility for families that if they don't want the computer adaptive test. And there's very valid reasons, data collection, other things for not doing that. And I think they should be allowed to do that. And if we're having trouble with that, let's address that instead of trying to create more and more layers. So that's my thoughts. And I'd be interested if there's others that have feedback.
Okay, Member Bogus.
So I would offer that this doesn't create complexity, it creates simplicity, because you have computer adaptive assessments that come into direct conflict with R277700. So we have that issue that needs to be addressed. So putting this in code addresses that conflict. And as much as we say that they can do it, the reality is in practice, they're not allowing these exemptions to take place in real time under the 205 code. At certain times a year, the number one complaint I get is I opted my kid out of the RISE test and they locked him in the library and didn't allow them to call me and made him take another test. And it's not from one constituent, it's from multiple constituents. And so if that is happening in our schools, it's not a misunderstanding. all of our administrators know about the 205 code. It's not a secret. It's been around. It's hotly debated in schools. It's, even I have said that the secretary's office is not a holding cell for rock kids. That's, there's got to be a better solution than just sending them to the office to sit in a chair. But the reality is they are not allowing students to opt out of these assessments in real time. This doesn't create layers of complexity. It's hogwash. This creates simplicity, clarity that says when a parent says no, they mean no. And you can't require something even if it's required under another rule. You can't just keep moving the goalpost all the time. That's what this says. It makes it very clear. And I think we need to get it in our codes so that we honor parental rights. I think it's odd that we all run on this parental right platform, but we come into this room and we vote against parental rights. It shocks me. I can't reconcile those two things in my head. And so I think this is simple. I think it honors our parents. I think it says to our schools, you can come this far, but here you have to stop. And so that would be my thought. Thank you.
Okay, Member Carey.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bollinger. So, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I don't look at it as the opt-out issue. 9A already gives the parent the right to excuse a student from taking an assessment. So I don't even know if you need the right of conscience, because under this provision they already do. But then it looks like the only opt-out that a parent really has here is if it's federally mandated by the state, or uses state money. And if it doesn't fall within those, if it's not the federal government doing it or the state government, this provision doesn't apply. That's my understanding. And so I guess what I'm asking is, and maybe this is best directed toward council, do we have a right as a board to say, even though the statute says, hey, you can opt out of an assessment if it's federal or state, but the way I read the amendment is, so Roman numeral 4, if it's federal or state mandated, it's already, the way I read it, it's already covered by 9. So the question for 5 is, now we're saying, well, if it's not the feds and it's not the state, but it's the LEA requesting it, do we have the authority under the wording of this statute to say, well, the board's going to allow you to opt out? That's the issue that I have with it. If it's federal or state, the language here already gives the student the right to say no. So my question, Chair, with your permission to council would be, given the wording of the statute, can this board say, well, now we're going to say an LEA can't do that?
AAG Bill, would you like to?
Oh,
address
sorry,
that
Vice
first?
Chair.
That's
But I
okay.
keep looking
No,
at
you're
you. Like,
good.
why are you looking at me? So, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Sure. So I think a little bit to your point, I was going to call you Chair Carey from this morning, but Member Carey. So subsection 3 of 9A already kind of covers it. Any assessment that requires the use of a state assessment system or software that is provided or paid for by the state. So I think that already probably would encompass most LEA assessments. Like most of those are probably being given through software that's provided by the state. But also, I think, like Member Earl brought up, there's this other section of code 53G10-205 that allows waivers for right of conscience that I think would cover any survey, whether directed by the LEA or the state. But as the code is written, I don't see that it would prevent us, to directly to your question, from creating a more narrowed scope. No.
Member Carey, did you have a follow-up?
So if I understand AAG Bill, what you're saying is that the opt-out is already included by 3B to the extent that it uses the state software as provided by the state, and if not, there is the right of conscience provision.
Correct.
I appreciate, thank you. And I thank Board Member Earl. I did not read it that way initially, but I can see why you would interpret it that way. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights. Oh, Member Earl.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I think the right of conscience is a parent support. I want to be clear on that. I think it's important that when a parent does have a concern with something, that they go to their district, that they go to their LEA, and that they go through that process. And if they're not able to fulfill that, then I think and I've had, like I said, I've had people reach out to me on that. But I've reached out to my districts, and a lot of them have not had parents use the right of conscience. And I think there is an element of awareness there that I think something that we could participate in, because I think it's broader than assessments, because this is one piece. We could go on with attendance programs. We could go on, right, all these different things that could be incorporated, and then we could create more and more laws around those, more and more provisions, when reality is we can share that this is the way that you can engage, parents can engage, or communities can engage. So I just want to be clear on that.
Okay, thank you, Member Britton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if we need to do a better job of educating parents on the right of conscience, that they have that, rather than adding more lines to code that they're maybe not going to find. And I'm not sure. I would ask Member Bogus to explain how we're out of conflict in our 700 with what the code is. And because I know in my district, I do see that parents are backed up. I mean, parents can, for any reason, even hold their child back for an extra year of schooling if they want to. And we don't hold them back for academics typically. So I'm seeing that parents have the final say, and I haven't heard of anyone not being able to take a test if they choose to opt their child out. So I would just seek clarification.
Member Bogus, can you help with that clarification?
Sure, there was about 6 questions there. You want me to go after all of them? Yeah, so R277700 is basically, it has a provision in there that if you don't meet the standards, then you don't get to graduate. That's the clarity of it. So if there's a computer adaptive assessment that helps you meet the qualifications in R277700, and you don't want to take a computer adaptive assessment, then you don't graduate. That's just the reality of the situation. So that comes into conflict with the right of conscience. If you have a conscience issue with the standard itself, they just won't let you graduate. It's a thing. So there's that. And then secondly, we say that parents have a choice, but when a student is taken to the library, they don't have their phone, because now we have a restriction on cell phones. They're not allowed to call a parent, and they say, you opted out of the state assessment. This is the district assessment, and you have to take it, and you don't get to leave the library till you do. That's not a right of conscience. That's bullying is what that is. And if a parent says no, they mean no. And a child shouldn't have to be disciplined and I say locked in a library. I don't think it's literal, but that is what's happening. And we can't continue to allow our LEAs to not accept a parent's choice and continue to move that goalpost around every which way but backward. It's just not acceptable. And we say that it's there, but our schools are not accepting it. And for them to say, oh, you opted out of this one, let's just take this one in lieu of this one. But this one's not a state assessment. This one's just the NWA. It doesn't matter. Like, when people opt their kids out of computerized assessments, there's a reason. And we shouldn't add 6 or 7 different options on the back end of that opt-out to try to gather data that parents had initially asserted they didn't want gathered to begin with. Did you track that to its logical conclusion?
Member Britton? Yes.
Yeah, I just wonder, maybe it's a different thing by districts, because I'm not seeing that in my own children's district. Like, I feel like they're so responsive to the parents when they want to opt out of something. So,
well, and I would say I'm thankful that at least one district in this state is doing that. In my area, at certain times a year, every day, 2 or 3 phone calls. It's not little. And so it's huge, and it's happening, and it's ongoing.
Hey, Member Britton, one more follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Vice Chair, or how should I say? Anyway, it's such a hard balance. We want parent rights, but we're also an education arm where we want them to learn, and assessments are part of that. And so I don't like the computer adaptive either, but we've got to be able to have some kind of measure of learning with grades, right? So how do we accomplish that balance if there are no tests taken?
Okay. Was that a question directed to Member Bogus, or is that just a comment? Okay, just a comment. Okay, Member Earl.
Just in 277700, that an LEA may modify graduation requirements for an individual student to achieve an appropriate route to student success if modification, and then they cannot either through IEP, SELP, or plan for college readiness. And then additionally, we added with the right of conscience that if a student refrains from a portion of a course or to a course in its entirety, that the parent and school may work together to establish alternative accommodations. And I understand that, I mean, I just think that it does, we did put those provisions in here. They're there if there's, a need for that. And I think there are parents that have that. And I do agree. I've heard of this very thing that Board Member Bogus is talking about. I think it's, once again, I do think working with our districts and our parents to provide that education. Like I said, I had someone reach out in the fall with the right of conscience and worked with a district on it. So I think just that awareness is going to be better than continuing to add more and more to the code of more requirements and more requirements.
Member Bogus.
So thank you. So that does not say they don't have to take the content. We put a provision in 700 that says we can offer an alternative of the same thing. The same thing a different way is still the same thing. And if, let's say, for example, a parent grossly objects to climate change instruction, and I'm just making that up on the fly because that seems to be one that comes up. So an alternative to climate change instruction is still climate change instruction taught a different way. So it's not actually an opt-out, it's just placating language so that parents think we did something when we actually didn't do anything at all. And if there's an assessment attached to that, it's very much so a problem. And so we either believe in the right of conscience or we don't. But we can't walk this crazy line in the middle. And I go back to, if schools were honoring this, I wouldn't be bringing this motion. And they know it exists. It's hotly debated. You go on to the internet forums like a little troll, and there's teachers in there talking about it. It's not something that is unknown. The right of conscience thing is known, and we have LEAs with agents that are not honoring those opt-outs. And so I think this needs to pass. I think we need to clarify that because apparently people don't understand it. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Reel.
Thank you. I am glad that this was brought back for reconsideration, and Member Lear and I, mostly myself, was a ding-dong saying that we didn't want to bring it back, but I did want to bring it back. So we were both like sitting here. I'd like to make a motion that we remove this request from our legislative code requests.
I would say, I think that by voting this down, it would remove the request.
Well, I'd like to call the question then, that we do that.
Okay.
I thought we had to make a motion on it. And if I get a second, I'll talk about it.
Okay, so is there a second to call the question?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not debatable. And we will do a roll call. Yes, Chair Carey.
It does.
To call the question.
To call the question.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, the motion on the table is to call the question. And we will do a roll call vote. Member Bogus. No. Member Booth. Member Britton.
No.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Earl. Member Green.
No.
Member Hall. Member Kelly.
Yeah.
Member Carey.
No.
Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Longacre.
No.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood. I'm also a yes, and Chair Hymas.
Yes.
So that is 9 to 6.
Okay, it's still on the floor then.
What's that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the call to question did not pass. And those that were on the yes were Vice Chair Bollinger, Member Booth, Member Davis, Member Earl, Member Hymas, Member Kelly, and Member Lear. Oh, Member Reel and Member Wood. Okay, so
Vice-
motion is still on the table.
Can I comment?
Yes, please, Member
Thank
Reel.
you, Vice Chair Bollinger. I am personally, my perspective, I think that we have gone plenty far in the code on how we are allowing for flexibility for our parents and our students when it comes to our assessments. And I believe, and when this came up last year, I believe there was a similar motion made last year during the legislative session. I remain the same in my thought on this, which is that we have provided plenty of flexibility for parents to make sure that they opt their students out if they need to. And although I think it's fun to hear anecdotal evidence of certain parents having certain experiences, I do not hear about this happening. In fact, what I hear more about is how complicated and complex and how much extra work it is to provide a lot of these different opt-outs for parents. So I am opposed to this as a legislative code request, and I think that we have plenty of laws and things in code that allow for parents to have flexibility when it comes to their students and their assessments.
Okay. With that, no other lights. I'm going to go ahead and read the motion. We will go ahead and vote. The motion is that the board requests staff work with legislature to amend subsection 53G-6-803, paren 9, paren A, to add the following language: is a computer adaptive assessment, or is an assessment that an LEA or school administrators or school administers in lieu of an assessment described in subsections I through subsection IV. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Davis.
Are we voting to undo what we did yesterday?
So a yes vote would be to push it forward to the legislature. A no vote would take it off of our list.
No.
Okay. All right. That motion fails 11-4. The 4 votes being Member Kelly, Member Britton, Member Green, and Member Bogus. And with that, I will turn it back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you, and my apologies for stepping out. Sometimes you have to work. Sometimes. I do have a job. Yes. Member Kelly, I see your light. Is this different from what came from yesterday? Okay. I know. I'm trying. I'm gonna. Yeah. No. I'm gonna bring it right now. Okay. Well, keep your light on, and you can, Member Kelly, keep your light on, and you can speak to this after I tee everything back up. Is that okay? Yeah. So, if you remember, there was a motion made by Member Longacre and seconded by Member Britton that the board move Member Kelly's motion to today's unfinished business. That motion that was made and is now subsequently going to be back on the or is back before us, and I'm going to state the motion and then turn it over. It's been made and seconded, and so I'm going to restate and then turn it over to Member Kelly to speak to it, and that will spark any debate and or votes or amendments and then votes. So the motion that was made by Member Kelly and seconded by Member Davis is that the board approve repurposing $150,000 from the FY 2025 carry forward balances to support the Everyday Counts attendance campaign. Member Kelly.
Yeah, I've had a chance to speak with several board members. I appreciate you expressing, your concerns and maybe some of the hesitation that you may have. One of the things, we had an attendance audit. That attendance audit told us very clearly that we have an attendance issue in our schools. This is not going to solve that problem alone. There are several things I think that need to happen. I mentioned to other board members that I am working with Representative Welton in terms of an attendance bill that he ran last year that he's looking at moving forward again this year. That I think is another important step in that process. But this campaign is something that our staff, our attendance team here at the USBE has been moving forward with. Other states, Member Davis did some research on what other states are spending on attendance campaigns, what the other states are doing. South Dakota, for example, spent $250,000 last year on an attendance campaign, and so I think it's a step in the right direction in terms of saying what are we doing in terms of attendance, and I think our attendance team has put together this campaign as a way to inform parents of the importance of getting students to class. And we're not going to fix teacher quality with this measure. I know that is an element of what needs to happen. I fully support raising the bar. I recognize that that's something that's important in terms of making sure that kids feel the necessity to attend. But I think this campaign moves us in the right direction in terms of expressing the importance that kids need to be in class.
Member Bogus.
So is CA Davis around? I'm wondering. I have a question.
We're just waiting for the public here. We're just waiting to see if CAE Davis is available. Yeah, Member Brinton, go ahead while we wait.
No, and I know our audit definitely shows we're having a problem with attendance, and I appreciate the efforts. I just wonder if more of it can be directed at the parents. Like, we have to educate the parents on the need, right? So I hope we can figure out a way that we get that word, especially to our parents that are struggling, how important education is to be lifted up. So thanks.
Member Bogus, do you want to ask your question, or is it specific to CAE Davis? Specific. Okay. Member Earl.
Yeah, just have a couple of slogan possibilities to add to this. I'm just throwing them out. I thought these were good. I like the raise the bar, but there was so maybe. Hold on, not all these are good. Rejoin the journey. We're elevating excellence. Level up our. Let's see. Push forward. We're leading the way. Step up. The bar has been raised. Anyways, I think I'm just saying I think adding something more than just get your kids to school, right? Just letting you know we're working hard to really meet that educational excellence and improve academics. So whatever we move forward, I'd like just a piece of that in there too. Just that we're working hard and would love to have, you know what I mean? Would love to have you help us do that. So
thank you. Member Longacre.
I think you're spot on, Board Member Earl. I think that's why I'm having a difficult time not getting behind this, but just every day counts. Well, why? Why should my kid go to school if he can just do the same thing on his Chromebook and finish in an hour and have the whole rest of the day? I need a reason why my kids should be going to school, and it's so important for them to have their behinds in the seat again when they can just be staying at home and doing the same thing. So I love if we can beef it up and add something more to it, like Why do we want them to come to school? Because we're raising the bar and
We're
it's a whole-
elevating excellence.
elevating
Simple.
excellence. I think that's a great idea.
Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I like the idea. I follow USBE's LinkedIn profile, and I know that they have been doing or running a attendance campaign, unpaid, and they're just trying to put out these posts about thematically why it's important you're in school, why you need to be there, and I do enjoy seeing them, but I can understand the struggle when you don't have the staff or the funding to really put together a campaign. And you see it, but I think the messaging is well done. I think the designs and the graphics, and for me, I see at least 2 or 3 a week, so I don't know how you manage that, but thank you. So I'm okay with the campaign, and I'm glad they didn't come with a, $500,000 request, which I wouldn't think would be out of the realm of possibility when you're talking about a statewide campaign. But I would like to know, and again, as someone who supports the motion, but what would be, how do we measure success? So we do this, how do we know whether this money was well used or not? And I could ask that to Board Member Kelly or staff, but who would be best positioned to address, as a board, how can we measure success at the end of this? How do we know if this was money well spent?
If we could, Member Carey, can we direct that to we've got a couple of staff members here who are working on this campaign, and perhaps they could best address your questions.
I was going to direct it to Board Member Reel, given that she's a marketer, and she could probably tell us, but
You want to make
thank
a
you.
comment before they jump? Sure.
Yes, thank you, Member Carey. I've spent my entire career doing marketing to try and get kids to go to college. So I know this very well. And I know that I'm sure what you're going to answer is talking about the analytics and the data on how well the ad campaigns are doing and any sort of call to actions that we have, the landing page, how many people visited, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. It's hard, obviously, to know based on if we deliver an ad to parents, a targeted ad to parents telling them something, if that means that that kid went to school. So there's going to be a disconnect there on really knowing exactly. Whereas some ad campaigns, you can say, I know that I placed this ad, that kid went to the apply now button, they applied, and they actually attended because I can follow them all the way through. But I was just going to also say just one more note is that I think that being a staff person I'm sometimes in your shoes, I like to leave, as creative as I think Member Earl can be on taglines and all of us are, I like to leave it up to the experts and let them determine what kind of messaging and ad campaign they'd like to do. She is, yeah. So that's all I was going to say.
General authority.
Thank you. Member Carey, will you restate your question to the staff, if you will?
Thank you. That fell quickly. So the question is generally the funds that are spent at the end of the day, and I agree 100% with Board Member Reel, it is very difficult, especially measuring here. So I'm not asking you to overpromise and underdeliver. I'm just saying, what data would you be looking at, and how will we be able to judge from your perspective whether this campaign was successful or not? Because that may be an indicator that let's do this again with more funding. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Benji Carrier with the attendance team and Member Reel, you are hired. We'd love to have you run this and do it.
We can't afford you. We have no.
Well, as of right now, and we have Megan Menlove, our attendance specialist as well. That's been doing this. So as stated yesterday, when we were talking about this, our role here at USBE with attendance is to promote regular school attendance. That's what's in statute. That's what we are about. both Megan and I are educators. We're not PR people. And so your question is a wonderful question, at which I can't give you the faintest idea of how I'm not a marketing person, which is why when we discussed this with member Kelly, it was to hire a PR firm that does know all of these analytics and whatever. I mean, just from the limited knowledge I know about correlation and causation, it's going to be a pretty difficult thing to be able to say that a billboard that's placed up is what caused a family to return. But I know that there are marketing firms, they do have ways in which they can see different things. And so we would need to hire that. Currently, what we are doing is Megan and Garrett, who is part of the team as well, they're meeting one-on-one with over 20 LEAs right now and giving them individualized coaching and support in setting up what their attendance policies are, how they're engaging with families. They're doing webinars, they're doing sending out monthly newsletters, the social media posts. Megan is doing all of that. And when all of this came about, because we're educators, we immediately went and met with our communications team here at USBE and solicited their support and help. When it came to the everyday counts, that's something that we got advice from our PR team on, that this is the tagline. We went through several iterations. We put it out to several different stakeholders and groups to ask for feedback, and ultimately this is what they advised us would be the right way to go. And we of course took their expertise in this matter and went forward with it.
We have a follow-up. Let's do. You want to do a follow-up or
Make a motion, but I'll defer to superintendent.
Sure.
Can I add?
Yeah. Go. Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to weigh in. Our communications team did want to add this to the conversation. One way we track the success of a campaign like Everyday Counts is by looking at earned media dollars. When a local media outlet does a story on the campaign, which many have, we look at how much it would have cost to pay to run a story or ad of similar length through that media outlet. I don't have the numbers in front of us, but that is one way that we, and it shows how we use different parts of the agency to try to further the goal of getting something like this across the finish line. We can get the data on those metrics if you'd like, and we do that. We track that through critical mentions in media.
Okay. Let me assess what's going on here. I got member Carey who has a motion, but I want to respect member Bogus who has been waiting patiently on this motion with the question. So before we go into another area, I'm going to ask Benji and Megan to slide over so that Debbie can fit at the table. You don't have to leave the table. Just slide over. That's all. Because yeah, Debbie's chair is super close to Rod, and yeah, no, you need that buffer. I hear you. Okay. Thank you, Debbie, for showing up when called. Yeah, we appreciate that. So member Bogus, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm going to owe our CAE Davis some extra gifts for coming on the fly here. In reviewing the attendance audit is what we're talking about right now. There's some things in there that I find deeply concerning. One is the reliability of the data, that we think we have a problem, but the data is not valid. So how do we say we have a problem? That concerns me. And then there's specifically one line in here that I'm going to read out loud. And if you would like to comment or tell me that I'm wrong and make me smarter, I would appreciate it.
Member Bogus,
But
let me get some clarity here. And I don't want to ask a question and have it hang here. This is, I'm struggling to say, I get where the attendance audit, it kind of, but the motion, if I'm understanding this, is to approve repurposing $150,000
Yep.
for the attendance campaign.
Yep.
And you're going to connect this to the attendance. I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
Oh, honey, I'm connecting it.
Okay. Honey, huh? Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's going to get connected. All right. It says on page number 2, it says educator absenteeism is on par, if not slightly higher than student absenteeism. And removing a high quality educator from a classroom may impact students' perceived or desired need or desire to attend. And so if that is true, and maybe I'll just kind of let you comment on that, because my point, board, is that if we don't have educators in the classroom and we keep telling kids to come to class and all they have is a substitute and a video to fill the time, it's a waste of our money. And this whole audit, it goes into all of those things. Can you maybe help me understand better that I'm wrong or that I'm right? Or because if we're going to expend this money, maybe we need to expend it toward our teachers first and our students second. It's a question that I go ahead, make me smart.
Debbie, please.
Okay, Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis, and I apologize, it took me a few minutes to come up here. First, yes, that is in the, it does say that in the audit. That is a true statement from the audit. Something else that the audit says is that not every day is equal, right? As far as students attending. So Lagoon Day is not the same as maybe having math or whatever else. So there are a lot of different factors that go into what is being provided, and based on what's being provided, who is coming. So is that a sufficient answer?
Member Bogus, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. But I think my greater point is that if we've got an educator absentee problem, we need to address that first if we want our kids to come and stay. And then secondly, we have policy where we have an audit recommendation here. And to the best of my knowledge, the board hasn't addressed any of these audit recommendations. So I'm confused as to why we're going to a campaign before we've addressed these recommendations. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe I don't know enough. Could someone address why we haven't done a comprehensive review of 419? Some of these other things, can you help me understand that better?
I think you're asking, yeah, Elise or Molly, yeah, because I think the question was the statement was that the USBE hasn't done anything. It does. Thank you for that correction. It doesn't appear that and so I think the USBE has done anything. So I think Elise, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, just to that last comment, we are actually bringing 419. We've been reviewing that as a policy team amongst not only board members, but also the entirety of the staff. It's a huge rule. It applies to the finance department, not only, above and beyond the attendance team. So that is actually coming to committee in November. So get excited.
Get excited. Oh my. Okay. Follow-up, member. Follow-up, member Bogus.
So have we addressed the rest of the recommendations in the audit?
Superintendent Hart.
Yes, sorry about my relocation. I just needed to collaborate. Anyway, we have a comprehensive list of, so what happens when the audit came out? We took all of the audit recommendations, we parsed them out to different sections, we brought people in who may be of help, we indicated areas for potential legislative support. We started working on the rule. We will be, Deputy Jones and I will be presenting and talking with superintendents on Monday about the attendance audit and getting feedback from them. So there's a whole flurry of activity. At any point that the board wants an update on that, we would be more than glad to provide it. I know the team is working very actively on that. Just say the word and I'll provide the report.
Thank you. One final, okay, we'll do a final one. I'd like to get off of the audit as it's not what's before us, but we'll do a final follow-up. I get that the audit and the attendance audit and the attendance campaign, but if you're waiting for the work to be done on the attendance audit, then vote no on this campaign funding. That's the simple solution. But
Yeah.
Member Bogus.
I don't support this, and I will tell you why. It says because only 54% of parents responding to the survey reported that their students enjoy public education completely or quite a bit. And both parents and students responding to the survey reported, and I'm quoting, that friends were their biggest motivator for attending school. So if that's the case, I don't see how, without educators and educators who, as a part of this process, are more absent than our students, we're putting the cart before the horse. If we're not going to address what's going on inside our schools, yelling from the rooftops that school is important is going to be fruitless if we're not going to address the other side of the door. We can get them in the door, but if we don't address what's going on inside the door, we've just extorted the taxpayer for $150,000, and we're not addressing all of those things. I don't think it makes any sense, and so I just am not in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. I'm hoping we won't go back down the audit route. If be on call. Thank you. And thank you for that. Let's move over to, is Member Davis next? I know Kelsey's ready. Member Davis.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. I appreciated all of the comments that Member Kelly made at the beginning of this whole thing. I could not have said that better myself. It's exactly what I was thinking. I wanted to note that when we did look at what other states are spending currently right now, because several states are attacking this issue, they're spending more in the million frame than the 100,000 frame. So this is more like kind of just an entry level. We think this matters. Our folks are already hired to do this very thing, and they've already started, but they can only go so far. They've been running this Everyday Counts initiative, but they could use a boost to get it a little bit farther down the road. We should always be improving, and I love as they continue on, they may put out in some of their statements the elevated excellence or the bar is high. We're in top 5 of the nation AP rates. We are second in math. Throw out some of these things that we are doing so well, so people know, come and get what we have to offer, and we can continue to raise. And we do that with the standards that we have. But just very quickly, I just pulled up some of the data, some of the benefits, even status quo as education is exactly as it is now. Data studies have shown that consistent attendance impacts higher academic I'm sorry, you guys, I have a migraine. Higher academic achievement, increased graduation rates, reduced crime and incarceration rates, which turns around with recidivism, economic growth and stability, improved public health, and stronger civic engagement. So I think it's worth just saying, you know what, come to school. We'll keep doing our job. We'll keep raising the bar, and you come and work hard and do your studies and live great lives. Thanks.
Member Longacre.
Every day counts. Yes, attendance counts. But if you walk through any school in the month of May, once RISE testing is over, does every day count? Once kids turn in their Chromebook, does every day count? Once you pass Memorial Day and kids are still in school after Memorial Day, does every day count? Absolutely not. I totally want to give you your $150,000 for Everyday Counts. I want $150,000 for another campaign. It's just, this is so important, but it boggles my mind that we say Everyday Counts when we know at the heart it doesn't.
I disagree. We'll talk later. Every day does count. It doesn't mean it's utilized by people, but every day does count, in my opinion. I've got Member Carey.
Thank you. And Chair, I just would like to do a motion to amend. And the amendment would just be to take the language from my amendment and just add it as a second sentence to Board Member Kelly's motion. And then if I could speak to that.
Sure. So I'm going to read it, and if it doesn't sound right, let me know. And again, this is a motion to amend to add at the end of Member Kelly's motion, at the conclusion of the campaign, staff shall provide a report summarizing the campaign's performance, including key data and metrics. Do we have a second? Okay. Member Carey?
Thank you. So I do think it's important that we do the campaign, but to learn from it, I think we need this performance data. And so that would be my caveat. And I appreciated the conversation, and I don't think anyone at the table believes that spending $150,000, $500,000, $1 million, there's no silver bullet to get kids back to school. But I think I guarantee that everyone at this table could think of a school or LEA in our respective districts that is doing something imaginative and different to bring students back through their front door. This allows us to do a little something. I think what this board did yesterday, our number one funding priority, was saying we want a para in every classroom K through 3. And we may not equate that directly with attendance, but I think there's a direct correlation between saying to teachers, we value you, we recognize you, we want you to focus on what you want to do, which is to teach. And because of Board Member Longacre's motion, we're sending that message. And I think all those things combined is what begins to shift the needle. And so I absolutely agree. Not one thing, but it's the culmination, right? It's that combination of going out and demonstrating our recognition of how important this is. And I think collectively, that's what moves the needle. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Elise, did you have a question regarding this motion?
I did, if I may, Chair. I just wanted to get clarity on the motion because we want to be able to follow through with this, that there isn't right now a planned end date to the campaign. And we thought it might be better to say at the end of the school year or annually, just to make sure that we provide you with the information.
Member Carey? This is Member Carey's motion, so we're going to make sure that we haven't opened it up for debate, so I'm considering this still an amendable motion with that question. So I want to make sure that we have it right before we start debating and take a vote.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
It is.
Member Kelly.
I just wanted to look to the attendance team to say this attendance campaign, I think, was intended for the school year 25-26. So that I think it seems like a reasonable request. Is that fair? So, and I'm just going to address some of the. I have a substitute today in my classroom, and there are other classroom teachers here, and I would assume they have a substitute. And like most high school kids, they look into that classroom and they see a substitute, and the attendance in my classroom goes down when I'm at board meeting. Okay? That doesn't mean that what I have my students doing while I'm here in board meeting isn't important. Okay? Just give you I'll tell you what they're doing today. They're playing cash flow. Okay? And if you know anything about cash flow, it was a game that was put together by Robert Kiyosaki, who wrote the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, and the game the game Cash Flow is based on the book Rich Dad Poor Dad. And so the students, I teach them early on in the year because I know that I have board meetings and I know that there's various times that I'm going to miss. And so it's an activity that I will often have my subs do. But the kids are playing cash flow. Now, you're going to see attendance go down when I'm not in the classroom because the kids they recognize that When a substitute is there, there's not going to be direct instruction because you don't have the expert in the classroom. But I mentioned this before, we're not going to fix all of the problems that contribute to attendance in our classrooms through this campaign. We're not going to fix teachers not attending class and chronic absenteeism of teachers. But, you know, by all means, if you think that there's a campaign that could help chronic absenteeism with teachers and making sure teachers attend class more often, then conduct your campaign and ask for some funding for it. But right now, we're looking at everyday counts, and we're asking for $150 to help emphasize to parents the importance of attending class. So, $150, not just $150. Okay.
Yeah, was that an amendment? No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Member Booth, I see your light. Are you speaking to this motion or to the other motion? Well, so the motion before us is an amendment, and it's to add at the end of Member Kelly's motion, at the conclusion of the 2025-2026 school year, staff shall provide a report summarizing the campaign's performance, including key data and metrics.
Okay, I will speak to that motion.
Okay.
If it's my turn.
It sure is.
So, I think accountability is great, and I think that we want to know what's happened with the resources that we've made available. And I think that this amount of money, though it's a drop in the bucket for a marketing project, it will be very helpful because it's a heck of a lot more than what they've had. And they've done amazing things on a shoestring. It breaks my heart that there are so many places that our board members observe failure in the classroom and in our schools. But I just want to give at least a nod to the remarkable classrooms and the amazing teachers and the great parents who, in the districts that I represent, are in the schools, in the classrooms, helping to make magic happen, and they are making magic happen. Last week in Provost Elementary, as I spent the day with them, it was absolutely thrilling to see the light in the eyes of those kids, to get to know Angie, their principal, who was so connected to every single child in that school. It was just amazing how they reacted to her as she's walking down the hall, as we're going into the lunchroom. Yes, there are problems in public education, big problems. And boy, we got a lot of work to do to try to help solve them. But this amazing staff that we have here in the agency, the superintendency, our administrators, our teachers, I can name on two hands members of my family who are in the public schools today, teaching in their classrooms. And I'm here to tell you, today counts in those classrooms. I'm contributing, as so many of you are, to when they don't have school supplies or whatever it is that they are lacking. They get out and get it done for these kids. And I just want to make sure that though we want to identify the problems and not be willing to accept those problems, I don't want to ignore the fact that there's a lot of people doing a lot of great things, and right among them are our own staff members who are knocking themselves out with almost no resources to do so. Thank you very much to all of those people, and let's all work hard to solve the problems that our board members are aware of and are bringing to our attention. But let's also be grateful for and rejoice and celebrate the great things that are happening with the people that we have a chance to interact with here at USBE and in our schools and the districts we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's tee this up for a vote here. The motion before us is to amend and add to Member Kelly's motion. At the conclusion of the 2025-2026 school year, staff shall provide a report summarizing the campaign's performance, including key data and metrics. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously, which brings us to our next vote before we move on to strategic plan. Let's see if I can get that. That will be that the board approve repurposing $150,000. I know, you got in my head. Let me start over. Well, $150 1,000 times. How's that? The motion is that the board approve repurposing $150,000 from the FY 2025 carry forward balances to support the Everyday Counts attendance campaign. At the conclusion of the 2025-2026 school year, staff shall provide a report summarizing the campaign's performance, including key data and metrics. Let's vote. That passes 14 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposition coming from Member Bogus. Board members, that concludes our unfinished portion of the board meeting. We are going to relocate and reconvene downstairs. Vice Chair Wood, will you give us some direction here, where we're going and what time?
Yep. So we are going to start at 3:15 down in Basement West. We've got the tables set up much like they were set up at the hotel when we did our workshop. And I hope to see that we can have the same type of communication and kind of free-flowing opportunity to get where we need to go. So we'll start. Gavel comes down at 3:15.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood, we will meet, I don't know, I'm trying to do my math here, in 22 minutes in Basement West. Thank you.
It's there. So if we don't change it, that's what's up there. We voted on it last year. And then an hour on each of our priorities. We stop at 7 and we vote. This is an actionable item in our, we actioned it for the public. And so we'll turn the time over to Matt at 7 o'clock and we'll vote on what we've kind of, this first 3 seconds.
My goal is to finish way before 7.
That would be great. If you guys are all playing well
Told my husband
together.
I'd be home by 10, just so you know.
Oh, man. Oh.
We are glad that most of you are here today. All right, we'll turn the time over to Dave.
Gosh, it's good to see you all again. We've talked so much about the session we had before and just the thought process and the input and the work that you all did in approaching these 2 pieces of it. One, the goals and priorities, and the other, mission and vision. And so what we wanted to do this afternoon is to build on the work we've already done. And as Leanne said and expressed to us, the goal for the first section, which is mission and vision, so we've set aside 45 minutes to do that, is not to complete the mission and vision, but to have some clear direction of what's your next step with mission and vision. And so what I believe the vote anticipated for later today is about what is the next step. And so we'll talk through maybe some of the different options, and basically what that will mean is approve as is, go back for some slight editing, or start from scratch. And that's the kind of information you gave to us in your responses back. And again, thank you so much for doing that so quickly for us, for giving input in that survey. There was a lot of questions, and we've included all that information as feedback, and we're going to build on that feedback as we go through today. So let me start with some information on mission and vision in some of the responses that you had. This is Menti. If you remember our Menti, so this is to get started. So this is our practice. Get out your phones and scan this. We are making copies of the slides. I think Sybil is making copies. We didn't have a chance to make the copies. We're kind of working on. Is it working?
Do the one that doesn't have the USBE media.
yeah.
Do one of these other ones.
Okay, I've got to move.
No, we're good.
Oh,
There she is. Keeps telling me I can't do it.
Miss America.
My design elevates photo. Continue.
Scan that code, Carol, when you sit here. Give me.
Oh, thank you.
Not the codes again. Some of them have the little USBE media and some don't. So this should get you access to the entire presentation. It will also be helpful as we make some analysis as we move through the priorities a little bit later. So, is everybody good?
No. Hold on 1 second.
We're getting there.
Okay, now what are we supposed to do?
Just make sure you have.
We're the one behind you. Abby.
All right. Good. Good to go. Okay. So the mission and vision conversation is, again, this is going to be not a dive into the words of the mission and vision, but to determine where we all, a little bit of some feedback from all of you, where we are with that and where you can decide to go. And again, I think there will be a vote about what that direction is next. So.
I was almost offended.
So we had board surveys that we took some information from. We had the steering committee meetings where we met to talk through some of the feedback and some direction from the steering committee. We had the amazing 2-day workshop together where we finished the day with an hour that we gave hour and a half on mission and vision. And we got some good feedback, and it didn't conclude in a unanimous or a place for us to vote on mission and vision. As more study, there's a lot to consider for all of you to consider and feedback for you to give in relation to the mission and vision. There's the link between the mission and vision that is in code on the state constitution. And so a lot of our questions were alignment with that. So let's go through some of those. So one of the questions we ask is how well does the vision and mission statement appropriately align with state code? You can see for yourselves, there's 46%, almost half of you rated it at 8 or higher, 77% rated 7 at 7 or higher. And with some other considerations in there as well. So this is just data for you to understand a little bit where you all are in terms of the alignment with state code. Next question was, how well does the vision mission statement add to the clarity of the purpose and role of you, the State Board of Education? Even higher marks, 69% of you said 8 or higher, 85% of you at 7 or higher. And by pointing that out, that does not disregard those who made a vote that was less than that. Those are all valid as well, important. This question is about establishing the foundation for decision-making for you to make decisions about your priorities, goals, and work. We asked how well can this statement serve as a consistent foundation for the board and future elected officials to align with the state code. So I guess the general question is this is this document the right wording for you to use as a foundation? Again, you can see there where you all come in. So these were some of the comments, and the surveys that you all took gave amazing information and guidance, and there were comments that I think are important for this. So we just wanted to highlight a couple of those, but in the time frame that we had and the volume that you gave to us around mission and vision, we were not able to curate it or put it into a format or include all of that or make suggestions. So we're not going to do that, but we wanted to give you some idea of some of the comments and some of the thoughts that you were having. Based on the vote you have and the next step you have, we will be completing in the next couple of days a full analysis of what you gave to us on the mission and vision. As you know, we asked you about every single point of that, and what do you think, and what are some of the wordsmithing items or some of the things that were lacking or needed to change. All of those things will be compiled in a way that you can use that to apply in your next steps. And here are some of the comments about alignment with the state code. Clarity is something that jumps out. So looking at the language, and is it clear? Looking at all of public education, USBA, USAA, and so forth, USSA, bringing those points into account could be important. Some of the other pieces that we talked about last time, which is reversing the mission and the vision. So this is just a smattering of some of the comments you gave to us. Our analysis or our thought process is that a significant majority of you find at least good alignment. We're close with the state code, and so that may come into your decision as you vote later. This question, if you're dissatisfied with the current statements, which being the two, the mission and the vision statement, what was the primary concern? 23.1% of you disagree with the ideas expressed in the statement. So that's a discussion, an important discussion about having your viewpoint perhaps represented. 30% disagree with the language used in these statements. That could mean a couple of different things in my assessment. Language could be just the word that you used, or verbs that were incorrect, or lack of words. But it could also be language which is tone, and that could be a separate consideration. 15% disagree with the format used to present these ideas, and 30% are satisfied with these statements.
I apologize. Are we talking about I know mission or vision, but they're seemingly flip-flopped in my opinion. But so which one are we talking about? Are we talking about we're talking about both at the same time?
Mm-hmm. Current statements. So this was a question to you that was kind of a general assessment of, as you look at the statements,
Mm-hmm.
the vision and mission, where generally do you have concern, if you have concern? Is it in the ideas, the language, the format, or are you satisfied?
So this is both
Correct.
together.
Correct.
Okay.
That was how we posed the question. Now, you may have answered it differently, and each of you might be looking at me going, oh, I don't remember that it was both. But hopefully the question was clear enough that this gives us some data. So this is some additional data. 42.2% of you would adopt the mission and vision statement as is. So just under 50%. 38.5% of you would engage in a process to edit the existing statements. And we dug deeper with you, and you gave ideas of what level of edits that means for you. Is it significant edits, or were there some words or some phrases or certain principles that weren't included or were included that you wouldn't accept? But 38.5 of you thought that you could work with the existing statements with some edits. And 15.2, which is 2 of those taking the survey, would like to restart the process and develop a new mission and vision statement.
I mean, I round 46.2 up to 50. I think we're good, so we can all go.
I'm kind of with you. He wants to get out by 6. Okay, so this is just some basic information.
Change one person's mind.
We're not in a position to do a lot of discussion today on mission and vision. While there's plenty of discussion to have, if you decide to move into the second piece, which is to edit, to go through a process of editing, we will have that information vetted and ready for you to say, okay, here's some information. If in the end you vote to start from scratch, that's one process. If in the end tonight you vote to adopt the mission and vision as is, boom, there you go. All right. How often do you think the board should rewrite its mission and vision statement? So this was an interesting conversation about the fluidity of this, or how, what does it mean? What is it? How do you use this as your kind of your base? And so here it is: 46.2%. Only changed if the state code is changed. So that this, our vision and mission statement as the board, your mission and vision would only change as the state mandates, or as it changes, then you would relook at that. That's what that 46%. 23% said every 5 years revisiting. 15% said every 10 years. Keep it for 10 years. And 15% or 2 of you said every election. So when there's a new election, a new member, we want to take a look at that and revisit. Again, some basic information for you. That's the analysis of our mission and vision. Any questions or discussion about what we presented, what you really fed to us in this? And I don't know if you have a comment about what might happen later, or how you might be thinking about this, but that official business will happen later tonight.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the potential motion, because we're in a board meeting, you make a motion, whatever you want. I was gonna say I don't care, but I do care. But from what I'm hearing here, and Leanne, I'm looking at you to kind of help me as well. If we make a motion on mission and vision tonight, it's going to be either to adopt or.
One adopted. We have one in place.
So, yeah, the one that's already there. So we wouldn't make a motion to adopt. We would make a motion to say, no, we want to continue working on this, or scrap it completely.
So your options are keep what we have, we do nothing. There's not an additional vote because it's already in there. It was voted on last year. Amend if we had minor amendments that we were just, it like the swap the mission and vision. That's an easy fix. That could be a vote tonight.
Sure.
Or if people are saying, no, we want to work on and edit statements, tonight is not the place to do that.
Right, we don't have time out, so we're just deciding to take no motion would indicate that we are saying, no, we're good with it, how it is. Or if we're not good, we're okay with it, or, but, and then, or a motion to say, you know what, quick fix, or we gotta address this down the road.
Yep.
Okay,
And
thank
if
you,
we
that
had a
was,
quick fix, when would be the appropriate time? Hypothetically.
Right now, hypothetically.
What's the motion?
Is it right now or is
We
it
have-
later in the day?
No.
We have till 4:00 to work on mission and vision. So if there's some recommendations that you'd like to discuss,
Right now.
yeah, this would be discussion. The motion will come at 7.
So we're discussing, so if you have ideas, we could discuss it now, and then we'll make the motions later tonight.
So I'm giving an idea and then making a motion potentially at 7? Okay. We'll throw this idea out there.
do we need to write this idea?
By the way, I don't know, I forgot to introduce you to Rebecca. Rebecca is a member of the team, and she's been behind the scenes all along, working with Anna and Jill. And Jill, hello, Jill. Jill's online in Manti, and so she's behind the scenes. Anna is in New York City right now, probably seeing a Broadway show, so she couldn't be here with us. So I apologize.
She was really bummed
Thank you
about
so
it.
much. Yeah, I really appreciate all the work that the team has done and getting prepared for this. We're not prepared, like I was saying before, we don't have all that great data for you to be able to dive into the comments everyone made. But yes, we have probably 15 minutes, and we didn't anticipate a lot. We're gonna leave a lot of time for discussion on the priorities, because we have vetted that information. But as you know that you're gonna come to some sort of vote, I think this could be an appropriate time to discuss some points that are important to you, or talk to your fellow board members about ideas of how you might approach that. So I think this is an appropriate time now to kind of open the floor for discussion.
Okay, this is a minor change, thank you, but I think that we should add the words "for an elevated, educated citizenry" at the end of the mission statement. So it would say academic and organizational excellence for an elevated, educated citizenry. And the reason I think we should do that is twofold. One, because that is the language that is most often repeated in the code. And two, as I was talking to Deputy Jones, he's not here, but he's done a lot of strategic planning for the military, and he said every mission statement should have a who, what, where, why, and when. And he said, you know that your where is Utah, you know that the when is now, you know that the what is academic and organizational excellence. He said you don't have a who and you don't have a why. And so for an elevated, educated citizenry adds the who and it adds the why. Why, speaking about what we were just talking about earlier today, how do we elevate? How do we, raise the bar? How do we, well, we're doing this so that we're raising up the entire citizenry, not just, one person or two people, but everybody, as indicated in the code.
I like that.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions about that?
No.
I have
So-
a question. Is that, you referred that to mission?
Because
Are you swapping the?
didn't we already do that?
We did.
The opening doors is the
We talked
vision
about it,
now
but it's
and-
never been officially voted on.
Well, wherever that academic and organizational ends up, that I want to put that piece in at the end.
And I'd like those switched, so one of them, when we get to that
So the
point.
2 points that are suggested, one is taking the citizenry line, part of the line, and putting it at the end as opposed to the front.
Well, it's
No,
not
that's
there at
just
all
adding-
currently,
that's
it's
just
just
adding it
adding
in.
it to academic and organizational excellence.
Okay, thank you. And for you, it's switching the vision and mission.
Yeah.
Well, and I just think I ran both the legislature's mission and vision and ours through an analysis to just look, and it says where they're stronger is they're prioritizing academics, character, and high standards. And then they emphasize rigor and character development. So that's where I just thought, is there a way we can just strengthen ours a little to better align? Because I like all of those things a lot.
So some words would be adding rigor or
Character, rigor, and like high academic standards, you know, because that's kind of what we're talking about in our first priority, right? That we want to elevate education. So should that somehow be spelled out in our mission and vision that we're elevating? We want Utah to rise to the top, right, in education. So I don't, but
So-
that kind of
so
goes along with
rigor-
what Cindy's saying as well. Like, I think yours probably maybe covers that. I miss the character piece. Can we?
Is that not though included in embody strong moral and social values, participate in
Well,
civic
maybe it does.
responsibilities, uphold and strengthen constitutional republic, provide for themselves and their family? I feel like those do.
Okay.
Am I
You
right
feel
in that
like
or not?
Covers that enough.
That's under that visionary piece though, right? And then we do have the set academic standards if you wanted to add. But then we're adding verbs in there.
I will tell you, as leadership had a meeting with legislative leadership, we asked if, I think we mentioned this last time, we asked if we were married to it, and they said, no, give us something, we'll relook at code, right? If we can do this right, then they'll,
See, the auditors didn't give us that message at all.
you know. And maybe it'll change, I don't know, but.
Thank you. So adding, and you've got these comments. We thought if we had a whiteboard, we might had some more smithing, but I think we can capture it here.
Kelsey, is this in backup?
No,
This presentation?
No, the mission vision that we've been working off of?
Just type it in. I don't think it's in backup.
I think Jill put as much as she could on.
No, it should, yeah, I don't think so. I have the other stuff, but not the mission vision, I'm sorry.
No.
I think it could be in backup from last month, when did we talk about
go
this?
into that survey and you've got it too.
Yeah.
So your comment was is somehow maybe addressed already in.
The academic achievement, but yeah.
But rigor,
Character.
and achievement are some things that you would like to see either refocused or strengthened in there, or make sure that it is.
It's in the priorities at least, but, yeah.
Okay. Any other comments that might help in expressing your thoughts on this?
I just don't think we should use the same word all the time. Like, we're already repeating words from one section to the next section.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's up here, in our mission and vision, we shouldn't be repeating those words in our priorities. Like,
Elevated.
yeah, like if we're gonna use elevate up here, then we're gonna have to edit the work we did the last time down here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
So is it the repetitiveness of it, or is it that the word somehow changes the meaning along the way?
It's the repetitiveness of it.
Okay, so it could be an editing thing, just simplifying it rather than repeating the word every time.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not opposed to taking it out of one place or place that word, but, or using something different somewhere. But I have another one if other people don't. I think that we should add a purpose statement prior to the mission and the vision. Because we need to reiterate often that we have general control and supervision of the public education system in Utah. And we don't have that included anywhere. And when we were having this conversation earlier, Deputy Jones said, that really should just be your mission. I said, I don't think that's the appetite of the board. But what if we had a purpose statement that led in all of our documentation, every time we give a paper out to the legislature, every time we give it out, which is really the only place we give those out, but on our website, it says, the purpose statement could be something like, the Utah State Board of Education has general control and supervision of the public education system as vested, oh, I'm reading the wrong one. The Utah State Board of Education is responsible for general oversight and supervision of the public education system as established by the Utah Constitution. With an appreciation for Utah's pioneer heritage, we now look ahead, working as policymakers and educators, committed to support parents in their central role as children's first teachers. You know,
Yes, and thank you. I think you emailed that just before the meeting as well. So what you're suggesting is that there's an added element to the mission and vision, a
emphasizing our
purpose statement,
purpose
or some
of
sort of
general
preamble of some sort of language that is a descriptor of what we do in a clear way.
yes.
So I think that's something for you all to consider, whether you want to add that third element as on top of the others as a purpose statement. And then how you would come about that. And that may or may not be connected with the vote for you or others. It could be something that's either added later or as a separate conversation to add that component to it. But thank you. Yeah, all great, awesome. Okay, without further questions, we'll move on to our goals and priorities. Let's do it. Okay, so we have, through your great work, we came up with 5 goals, and you have approved 3 of the goals, overarching goals, and under each of those goals were 4 priorities. So goal 1 has priority 1.1, 1.2, 3, and 4. In your last meeting, the work you did, you approved the 3 general goals, and they're quite simple. And then you approved 1.1 and 1.2 of those priorities. So we're going to pick up at objective or of a goal 2 tonight. We're going to come back to 1.3 and 1.4. We kind of want to, as an accomplishment, try to encourage at least 2 priorities passed for each of the 3 goals. So because of that, we've identified a couple of pain points, a couple of those that are going to take a little more discussion. So when we get to those priorities, we're going to either skip to a real quick one so we can come back and have the discussion. So I anticipate there are 3 or 4 of these that definitely have some questions around them, especially under the 3rd goal. A couple of those priorities were unclear, and when we went back, they were even unclear to us. You're like, oh, what did that mean? And so hopefully in our discussion, those of you who were in that breakout group might help us remember. Going back to our notes, we could not answer some of the questions you posed in the survey. Like, what the heck is steps up? And, so we're going to spend some time that we need on those. We hope to so we're going to go 1 priority at a time. We're going to show you the original priority. We're going to show you some of the comments. Generally, we try to capture all of those comments in a way and try to keep them verbatim. And then we put together 2 options that incorporated your feedback as 2 possible adjustments to the priority. And then we're going to do this little process, and you'll vote on option 1 or 2. We'll do a vote, and so we can see if there's significant alignment or general alignment, and then we'll move on. We'll set those aside for later to make the vote. So we're not going to do the vote at that moment. We're going to put together a full document when a motion is made and a vote is taken later. Questions? Okay, let's dive in. Goal 2, so we're going to jump into goal 2. Promote educator quality and effectiveness. Goal 2 was approved. This was the current 2.1. Establish systems. By the way, Jill highlighted key words that were either suggestions for changing them or had some or challenging. Establish systems that identify and recognize highly effective educators and enable them to share best practices and mentor educators statewide. So a couple suggestions, you read them, but let me point them out. Avoid the word enable, use incentivize, shorten it, add behavioral management skills along with academic support, avoid the word systems, use strategies, incentives, practices instead. So I'm going to take the time to let this all kind of sink in. So I don't want to just rush your thought process right now. I'd love you to really consider what you or one of your colleagues was suggesting in the survey. Add support before identify. Use support instead of recognize. So as you look,
We talk, sorry.
I like incentivize.
so we're not going to talk yet. We're
We're just reading.
We're just reading and internalizing what people are saying and analyze for yourself if those things if those are the same concerns you might have. And I can toggle back and forth between this and the next slide, but given these suggestions, these are the two alternate options. Along with the first one, the original priority 2.1 is listed first. Now we've taken your suggestions and created an option 1 or an option 2 that slightly changes that hopefully might address those concerns. We're then going to take a little vote on that, and then we're going to open up for any discussion about this is a deal breaker, or what about this, just a little bit of analysis. They're both better. Right, the danger now if we vote is we're going to have a split vote between option 1 and option 2, but we'll deal with that, right? We thought maybe we'll just give you one option and we'll try to get all the words and squeeze it into one. We just felt that would be cheating you a little bit and some of the possibilities of how these words work. So now take a minute and see if these things address either your own personal concern or if you think it makes it stronger, if the alignment works. If you need me to go back to the suggestions, I can do that.
And they're on our paper too.
Oh, yeah, and you've got the paper too, so yeah.
So 5-6, page 5-6.
Pages 5 and 6, thank you. If I give you enough time, because as soon as I switch to the next page, it's going to be the mentee, and we're just going to do a quick straw poll in a sense. I think it's going to work there, Rebecca. Are we good?
My school had
Good? Anybody need a couple more time, another little bit of time to? Okay. All right, so here's the challenge. We went through so much of, what about option leave it alone? What about option 1? Or the original? We're just giving you the two options for now. We'll see how this works. If we get some consensus.
Incentivize.
You go back to the worksheet. Look at it again. It's on your paper. It's on here.
Oh, it's on this.
I'm not sure if I go back, it stops it. Yes, please mentor, take your vote.
I was like, how come it's moving?
We are now voting for option 1, option 2. We thought we would give you option original, keep it as it was. But we didn't. We thought that might split the vote too much. We kind of want to get an assessment about whether 1 or 2 hit the mark and which one seems to be.
Let me see if I can get my screen back up then.
You want half of number one and half of number two.
Right, so that'll be our discussion next. Is what elements of one and two, or of options one, option two, do people like? And if we make a couple adjustments, can we get a majority of you all nodding and thinking that's good? And then this language will be put into a document that you can, whoever makes a nomination or a motion. So I'm showing 14 of 21. I think I might be one of those 21. I think, Rebecca, you might be one of the 21, and Jill might be. I think there are 15 of us.
I don't have my phone, so I'm not voting, sorry.
We have a second phone?
Can it be done on
Or
a
you just
computer?
go ahead and give me a vote if
Can
you
it be
want.
done on a computer? Can he?
Yeah, you can go to
Yeah,
Menti.
I think it could
You
be.
can pull your computer out.
I'll do that.
What happened to your page?
It's charging, it's dead.
Or put it on a piece of paper and vote, and you can just tell us what it is.
Tell him and he can key it in for you.
Option.
I think I can.
Option one, option two.
Just say it out loud.
I'm just looking for, hang on, let me see what I'm voting on.
Puts pressure on.
I mean, should we round up? Option one, option two.
Seven vote.
Is there anyone, by raise of hand, this isn't a Menti, is there anyone that would have preferred keeping as is? Had that been the option, you would have kept it?
I'm option two.
Two. And 3 people who are indicating that had we had 3 options, you might have kept the original and not made these adjustments. Okay.
Because you like the systems identical.
All right, so the general consensus is 60% would go with option 2, 40% with option 1, with the new caveat that 3 of you
Switch to incentivize.
would have kept the same. So let's go back. Have you got that? We're good to switch back? Okay. So now, let's go back and take 5 minutes or so to share why you thought 1 was better than 2, or why you thought the original was better, and maybe we can come to some tweaking that helps you feel that there's even more clarity.
Okay, so I love the beginning of option 2, support highly effective educators and incentivize them to whatever after that. But I love the fact that we're not dealing with established strategies and all this other, or systems. We're talking about, cut to the chase, we're gonna support highly effective educators and incentivize them to do good things. So I love the beginning of that, but then when it gets down to mentor others in behavioral management and academic skills statewide, I'm kind of losing it there. But I don't mind to share best practices and mentor educators statewide, which is the second half of option 1. So if it were support highly effective educators and incentivize them to share best practices and mentor educators statewide, I think that's pretty straightforward and clear. And that's the suggestion that I might put forward.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Okay, my thoughts were similar to Randy, except for what I liked about, I chose option 1. I do prefer systems over strategies as we look at our systems, and now I'm going back into the original. But I think that's the only thing I would change from option 1 was establish systems that identify and support highly effective educators and incentivize or enable. I really don't have a preference there as well, but them to share best practices and mentor educators.
I don't mind that. I like that.
Okay.
I'd be thrilled with that. I'd withdraw. If that was it, I could withdraw my thing.
I agree. I just
Which
don't
one
like
do you
the word
agree with?
incentivize. I agree with what Matt said. I just don't like the word incentivize.
Me
either.
Yeah.
It's a fake word.
It's a what word?
It's a fake word.
Fake word.
And we used, originally we said enable them.
That's even worse.
Or provide
That's
incentive.
worse.
We can just say
I think
provide.
it's
I would just
empowering.
say change enable to support.
Say again?
Using best practices. Yeah.
Support support's fine.
I like support.
I think they're jargony, that's probably a better way to say it.
And the first one, you mean?
Incentivize.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Paul, would you be okay with that?
Yep, I recognize.
And Rebecca's
Support them to share.
agreed to
But
help
what
you
about
with this.
encourage instead of enable?
Empower,
Encourage.
not encourage. There's not enough meat to it.
So what
So
did they change?
my concern with number 2 is it doesn't make any sense at the end, that it's got some gummy errors. So to mentor others in behavior management is fine, but are we mentoring other teachers in their academic skills, or are we mentoring in them in their teaching skills?
I think
Because
I think that's what Randy was saying, is get rid of behavior management and academic skills and just mentor others statewide, period.
Is anyone highly opposed to that? And we can just take that off, option 3.
That stated, I do agree with Member Hymas as well, but that is my biggest issue with number 2.
Okay.
So how about if Matt's suggestion, establish systems that identify and support highly effective educators and incentivize them to share best practices and mentor educators statewide.
Lots of people won't like the word incentivize, but could we say a different word than incentivize?
Someone said provide incentives.
Empower
No.
is our master pilot
This is
program
not
is
fake.
Enable, empowers, incentivize are all problematic to some of you.
Empower's fine, it's better than incentivize. What was your
You like
objection
empower,
to
Jenny?
encourage, Jenny?
I didn't have an objection to encourage. I feel like you empower people to do things. That suggests that you're giving them the ability and they engage broadly.
Empower is good.
That's
Okay, all right, it's powerful.
encourage is something we do. Empowering is something people.
And but that's, and support highly effective education.
Encourage?
Oh, I see, and
No.
encourage, oh, I see, because this is teachers who are doing.
Highly effective.
Who are, it's a kind of a long run-on sentence, let me just mention that.
So I'm sort of saying establish systems that identify and support highly effective educators
And
and empower them to share best practices and mentor educators statewide.
Do we have smart words?
No, I don't want to say like what she's doing. They teach.
I like it.
There you go.
Okay, so let's leave that one at this. We'll, when you take a vote, you're gonna come back and those will be the words that you'll take a formal vote on if there's a motion.
Yeah, I was happy.
Okay, excellent. Let's move on to the next one. Priority 2.2 is reduce licensing barriers to attract qualified professionals to public education. And I remember your comments about this and some discussion that we had at the retreat. So this was the priority. Here are some of the suggestions. Barriers isn't the right word. Avoid reduce. So some words instead of reduce would be re-examine, consider, or explore. Add retain. Change licensing standards. Licensing standards or requirements as opposed to avoid barriers.
Yeah, I don't like barriers.
Seems like barriers
I don't.
has some.
Procedures or.
So here's our suggestion. Whatever it's worth, we're just a couple of people. Consider licensing requirements to attract and retain qualified professionals to public education. Or examine licensing standards to attract and retain qualified professionals professionals, well-being, meaningful alternative pathways into public education.
Can I ask a question on the barriers?
Yeah.
What is the concern with barriers? Because to me, that's like not being able to work, not being able to, when we get into requirements and standards, we've narrowed it. So I just love.
I don't like it, Lynn, because I don't think they really are barriers. I think sometimes they're complications and that's not really quite the right word either, but I think there are certain things about licensing are very positive, and it makes it sound like every kind of licensing procedure is a barrier, and I don't think.
No, that's helpful. That's why that was when we were.
And then there's it just doesn't seem like the right place for the word also, but I don't necessarily have a perfect better word.
I have a question.
So, yeah, and we're gonna do the Menti, then we'll have a discussion, but yes.
I know that we kind of settled on this one already. With fresh eyes, though, I was thinking, do we always, it seems like this is a constantly reactive step.
This
Meaning,
particular,
yes, because it always
priority?
seems we're looking backwards at what we have instead of formulating something that we want. So I wonder if just even the whole way we're trying to approach this might be in a past view versus a proactive present.
Look at option 2.
does option 2 address that?
Look at option 2 and tell me if that does what you're saying, though.
It's getting closer, yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, I just wanted to put that out.
Okay, let's take a quick Menti vote and then come back and have a discussion and see if we can.
Hold on.
And please refer to this if you have questions about option 1 and option 2.
The original. We're gonna choose one of these, and you're probably gonna ask about the original as well, and I'm gonna raise my hand.
Do you like the original?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll.
I'm with Matt.
Absolutely.
Remember Kelly?
That's why Carol was going to.
So maybe it's developed licensing.
TV show.
What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to be voting?
Yeah, yes.
Yesterday we were just arguing. I would look at it.
Your options are listed on page 7.
On page what?
7, so that doesn't mean.
I will get on task here. It's just been long.
Yeah, so you can't do that.
See, but I don't know that I want more consistencies to get licensed.
And I know I didn't give you the option of 1, so in the discussion, we will come back to if that's.
Okay.
You're
Sorry, they can
we're
see me on
beyond that
camera.
modifying mode, right?
I don't disagree with that.
This is just to get your basic straw poll opinion, then we're gonna discuss it.
Oh, I see, okay.
But so what do you do with?
So we can talk about words like barrier a little more.
Barriers went away, it looks like.
Those have a lot written, so they can
Requirements.
skip that line. That would never happen. I'm saying it could be simplified licensing pathways to attract qualified professionals to public education.
That would be a proactive way to say instead of a negative.
Okay, I think, have we got everybody?
But it's not the standards, it's the pathways.
Okay, good. So let's go back.
Yeah.
Oh, let's look at this. So 69% of you, now 71% option 2. So it looks like option 2, let's go back. Option 2 seems to have some interest. Option 1, not so much.
Do you like that better?
If you, of all these, would you lean more towards the original priority 2.2? Raise your hand and make a comment if you have that. Okay, 1, 2, you had mentioned.
I would say that, but I have a caveat to that. I would like to instead of, because I know that the reducing and barriers was concerned. I would rather have it say simplify licensing pathways to attract qualified professional, to attract highly qualified professionals to public education. Because I don't think, when we talk about the pathways, I don't want us to add more pathways. It's already complicated. I want us to simplify, so if somebody's qualified, they can teach more things instead of having to get 7 endorsements to teach 3 classes.
Okay, so you're
that.
taking option 2.
No, the current.
Oh, the current one,
2.2.
reducing license, you're saying simplify?
And just change it to simplify licensing pathways, but then also adding in the word highly before qualified.
To attract highly qualified.
That was Jenny's, yeah, I agree with Jenny. I think highly qualified is good.
Not just barely qualified.
Yeah, so
I just wanna ask something though about simplifying. I understand the context of
Sounds like
that. A little,
Or
yeah, and I
streamline.
do worry that we're gonna do that now and it's gonna be better, but let's say that this stays for 10 years. There comes a point where it's just like, everybody could be a teacher, you know, like, there's almost a little bit of quality check that's kind of taken by the word simplify.
I like
Even though I
Do you like streamline better?
Streamline's better than simplify. That's kind of why I went to exam.
Streamline?
Simplify kind of sounds like
I like streamline much better than
Streamline,
simplify.
okay, let's go with streamline licensing pathways.
So we're working off of the original, streamline licensing pathways instead of barriers. Any comments about pathways versus barriers? Do people like that generally?
Is it too jargony? I mean, that's what I worry about, those kind of words.
Pathways.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think.
But pathways is the way we do licensing right now. There's
There's a
all
certain-
kinds of
But-
pathways.
But is that comfortable language for people outside of the education world?
Highly qualified.
And just as a reminder, these, especially the priorities, the goals and the mission and vision are a little bit more for you to share with your constituents and stuff. And not that the priorities aren't, but the priorities are what you as the board are aligning your work to and what your staff is prioritizing their work with. It's more so for those audiences than the general. It's to get to the meat of it.
And pathways is fine.
If that's the case, then I don't like streamline in the sense that if it reduces or eliminates the opportunities for someone who doesn't follow the traditional path to become a teacher, I think that removes us from the direction of the legislature generally. You know, we saw that with CTE. They wrote into the law, no license required, right? And I think that may be too extreme. But I would be against, and again, I know we're just discussing this, so against probably not the right word, but I would like to see something about, like, so when I read, or the way it's written, reduce licensing barriers, the way I read that was, we want more people in the profession who may not follow the traditional pathway. And I think the changes now are suggesting, no, we want to streamline and eliminate those other pathways to teaching. And that I would
just add that, I don't wanna necessarily get rid of the alternate pathways, but I don't wanna keep adding more and more alternate pathways. I think that when I say streamline, when I use the word simplify, it means make it more clear what those pathways are, so.
And I like simplify, and that's why I'm
Yes.
against the streamline.
The streamline, I see, so simplify makes it make sense
Or
more to me.
clarify.
I see.
But then I understand simplify also makes it seem like you're done, so I
Yeah.
can't see.
What about clarify? Does clarify help?
Clarify license.
Not really?
No.
Okay, so we have simplify / streamline that has some traction. Licensing pathways to attract highly qualified professionals to public education.
That would work.
That's kind of what we're coming to, and maybe that's close enough right now that we might get a majority vote if there's a motion. Any other last comments before we move to the next?
I'm sorry, I missed because I was thinking of some other words. What was that first word we decided? Streamline or?
Streamline / simplify. We haven't decided.
Do you have another
What about
suggestion?
optimizing or optimize?
Who's optimizing our goal?
I don't believe so.
Can I just throw
To
something out there?
optimize barriers would be to optimize barriers.
Optimize is goal number 3, yeah, optimize.
Oh.
Does that make sense? Remember how you were saying you don't wanna repeat words, we've already voted on that goal. But I see what you're saying, Emily, I think that that's a good option.
Could we just do a quick?
Say reduce if we put highly qualified? Because I don't want anyone to show up and think, hey, I can teach, but.
So you're saying not the word highly, not.
No, I'm saying I like that addition because I think it addresses the concern.
It's there.
Right, but I'm saying if we insert highly, could we keep reduce? Cause to me, it balances
Instead
those
of
two.
streamline or simplify, reduce licensing pathways to attract.
You don't wanna reduce the pathways, does that address, you wanna reduce the barriers.
Yes.
Right, so the reduce only works if you have the word barriers in,
Oh,
but
and
it
we
doesn't
don't
work
like
with the
barriers.
word
I see,
pathways.
yeah.
Does that
Can I
make
try
sense?
one more option?
Yeah, what's your?
No? If it were attract and retain highly qualified professionals through clear licensing processes or licensing something. It's not, so it just is, what is it we want? We want to retain and attract and retain highly qualified professionals through what? Through their licensing. Just another idea.
So the one idea is to retain and attract and
And
retrain
retain.
highly qualified. The other is the idea that we're going to eliminate or minimize the barriers to licensing or for entry into the teaching, into the education. Or am I missing? And I'm not sure what the original intention was. Those are kind of two different. Okay.
We need the licensing part of it because that's work that the staff can do, right? We start at the end and set that clear direction for staff.
And the licensing, Jenny's didn't have licensing in it, did it? That's what I
It
wondered.
could be through clear licensing processes at the end, but
Okay,
I think our overall goal is to attract and retain highly qualified educators.
But our role is
Okay.
the licensing, is the piece of it, is, that's the.
Through clear licensing processes.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just an idea,
better,
but-
that's better. Or procedure.
Okay, so what's being proposed here is that really the message behind this priority is to attract and retain qualified professionals or highly qualified professionals in public education. If that's, and then we could add we could say through clear licensing processes. Then we're saying our priority is that we attract the best or the highly qualified. And the way we are doing that, or one of the ways we're doing that is through clarity in your licensing processes or your licensing systems. So
I will say, the most complaints I get from teachers is about the convoluted licensing ins and outs and whatnots.
I think this arrived at the table with the idea of over complex or restrictive licensing practices. I think that's why it's here. Now, whether it got here that way or not, I think that was the intention here, but the idea of attracting qualified people and retaining them obviously would be another important priority.
So I think we need to maybe get rid of this idea that we have barriers to licensure in this state. You barely have to sneeze to get a license in Utah. And I mean that, I'm not trying to be funny. An LEA specific license is so easy to obtain, it's not even funny. The pipeline, the educator pipeline, you can be in a classroom and it's not difficult. It might be time intensive, but it's not difficult. So I don't know that going down this road of talking about making it easier or reducing it's not a conversation because it doesn't actually exist. Some of our credentials, literally, I'm not joking, you have to breathe and have a high school education. And that's it. So
Show me that, Pat, show me that. Because I disagree completely. I've given example after example, and I've got a personal example. I'm teaching a class right now that according to the state of Utah, I'm not qualified to teach and I'm not endorsed or licensed to teach. Now I'm just hanging out until I retire in a year or two and catch up with me and punish me, go for it. But but I'm not licensed to teach this class. Why? Because I've got 10 hoops that I've got to jump through in order to be qualified to teach this class. And every time I've tried to get endorsed to teach, there's barriers. So I disagree. There's barriers.
So I think
throughout
we
the
need
process.
examination because you are right in the endorsement area and you are right in the license
Yeah,
area.
we're talking about
Because
two different
An
things.
associate license, you can have a sophomore in college with no degree teaching your third graders on an associate license right now, exactly to her point. So, but to get an endorsement, you gotta, it's so complicated. So I think it's both, and we just need to examine and whether it's streamline or however we decide to call that verb. It does beg the question of what work needs to be done. Maybe
Let me suggest that
The
we,
language could
me,
be
that's why I was
to address what maybe the cumbersome something of adding to an existing license. But to get a license is not difficult in Utah.
so let me suggest that we keep this one. We've had some discussion, so when it comes to a motion later, it may fly or may not. I think this will let's see where we end with this one, so we can move on to the next one. And that, it makes a lot of sense, the conversations that are coming up.
I actually, yeah.
To know that this is a priority that you will hand to your staff. To say, come back with solutions. You're not mandating that they're gonna switch the system and, necessarily the bolts, the nuts and bolts of what might happen for this. But you're instructing your staff to do something here under this priority, which is attract highly qualified professionals.
I think it's gotta be attract highly qualified professionals through reducing barriers and creating clear processes.
Yeah, that works.
Cause it addresses those two things. There are barriers, but not in every area, and it's clear processes, so those that,
creating clear licensing processes.
yeah, licensing processes.
I like stating it I like.
Or you could
your
put,
other-
you can switch it around.
Attract highly
not like
qualified
barriers.
professionals. Does talk about your role in wanting to attract.
Yeah, I
through-
call complications or.
Clearly articulated expectations.
How about just clearly articulated licensing processes?
There you go.
The only problem with that is you're talking about people within the profession, right? I'm thinking, how do we pull in more people outside of teaching? And this language seems to say the priority is the concerns of those already in the profession.
And this is attracting qualified
You
professionals.
almost need attract, but if we're addressing the barriers, you almost need the and retain. Because they're the ones
Well,
that
let me see
are
what happens here when I
having
ask
additional
about
barriers.
What I hear too is that attracting, there, at least what I've heard from, example of one, Salt Lake District says, we've got plenty of teachers, it's hard to keep them. So I think exaggerating or emphasizing the attract is maybe not the right comment.
So if I could, I don't think that keeping teachers is a problem because of licensure issues. I think that has to do with behavior management, administrative support,
Culture.
bandwidth, culture,
And they
yeah.
get paid more in math and science, get paid more in the industry.
So I don't think that has to do with licensure at all. I think
So
it
these
has-
are all things that you can hold your staff accountable. These are the kinds of things that you'll want to come back to the staff based on this priority. But the priority itself probably isn't going to have the room for too much specificity other than the general guidance of what you want them to accomplish under this goal. Is it to reduce the barriers for attracting people and/or attracting and keeping qualified professionals? What was meant by this? And is it both and can both be articulated? That's the question. So let's think on this and let's come back. Let's move on to the next one if that's okay.
Sorry. I probably look really good on you. And streamline.
Let's see. Okay,
You can get an additional endorsement, I may not be in advance.
okay, so priority 2.3. Oh, here we go, look. This might be interesting to consider.
Okay.
What you put as priority 2.3. Attract and retain high-quality educators.
You really wanted this one.
Sorry.
It says though, attract and retain.
This is
So maybe.
2.3.
Okay.
So we do have two different priorities for these two purposes. So the 2.2, going back to that, really was the idea of reducing the barriers or streamlining, or making or simplifying or clarifying, whatever that is. It was specifically about licensing. Let's go ahead and stay here at 2.3 and see if by doing 2.3, that can give clarity to 2.2. Attract and retain high-quality educators.
I'm good there.
And then we have some bullets here. Advocate for competitive compensation packages to improve quality educator retention rates, and support flexibility in systems to allow for more innovative practices. Now, consider that the priority may not need to include the bullets because those are specific, or those might be important to include. So some of the suggestions you all made is a focus on retention, include some things like teacher respect, autonomy, and support. Those are some things that you might suggest to the staff to ensure that that's how we're retaining high-quality educators. Leave at attract and retain high-quality educators, period. Remove the flexibility to innovate. That's not the role of the board. Add clear policies that allow educators to teach. So I think what was happening in the survey is that you were moving to the next step of the priority. You were saying, here's the priority, attract and retain high-quality educators. And then you were saying to your staff, here are some ways to do that. Let's advocate for compensation packets. Let's support flexible systems. Let's provide teacher respect, autonomy, and support. Let's be flexible to innovate. So what you were doing was taking priority 2.3 and giving it some context, which is great. And you can still do that because your staff is there to support your priority, right? So I don't mean to guide or direct that, but if you can see that there's a priority, and then the bullet points underneath and some of the suggestions include how do you implement that priority? What are some of the things you want the staff to do? So just consider that. Here's what we did. Attract and retain high quality educators. Option 1 is leave as is with those 2 bullet points. Option 2, attract and retain high quality educators, period. So I'm going to,
Can I be transparent here?
yes, please.
I was the one that said this is not the role of the USBE. Like, all of the things our staff does, they shouldn't be negotiating compensation at the LEA level. They shouldn't be involved in those processes. They shouldn't be like calling people and saying, hey, board, give them a raise. That's just like super weird.
Credit. That was mine too.
No, it was mine.
And Matt's.
Mine too. No,
It really is. I agree with you. Neither one of those are.
Like, this is just not the role of the USBE. If you want to attract and retain, that is a local thing. That is the job of the local board. And for our staff to be spending time on this as a quote unquote priority, I just think is weird altogether. And apparently a few of you agree with me, which means I'm really smart, but I don't, I don't know how we can turn this into something that we can translate into staff time.
Other than something along adequate supports or something that leads to higher academic outcomes, but it's, yeah, I agree.
I would say, I totally agree with you. I think the attract and retain is part of the licensing piece. That's the only piece we can do in our role.
Yes.
Is to attract and retain. So I think that part needs to stay with the licensing. However, I love the support flexibility and systems to allow for more innovative practices, meaning that allows districts to be creative in their own ways to attract. And we do that through our rules by allowing flexibility. So I like that statement as a priority by itself.
And when we advocate for the WPU, that impacts salaries. When, as Joe mentioned, asking for paras in each classroom impacts the environment. All of these things help to retain.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I do think it's our role, because we can offer grants, we can offer waivers, so I do think it's our role, especially in the flexibility, in the second bullet. So I'm very cautious about what the board's role should be, but I think that's absolutely a place that the board could be.
But I think those are supports. We can offer supports.
I don't,
So-
I see them as more than that.
But the innovative practices, to me, that's saying, figure out something new and creative instead of, we know what works. And why, instead of all this creativity,
But innovative in the sense of, we're under.
come up with something new. That's what it feels like, but yeah.
But that's where districts are coming up with something new because they are saying, hey, now we're gonna have maternity leave. That's an innovative practice.
Preschools in the preschools.
I can think of innovative practices that are not good practices too. That's why I don't want it just to be a free-for-all. It should lead to something.
Yeah, but when we say.
What is that
but-
something
But
that
isn't
you
that
want
the
it to lead
district's
to?
choice?
But that's where I like support flexibility in systems to allow, because then our role is saying, here's some innovative practice, then we can help share, here's some innovative things that are successful, are proven, and I agree with you, we don't want it to be the Wild West.
But that's what it's gotta be, is it's gotta be proven to be successful for higher academic outcomes. It can't just be flexible and creative and innovate
No, I
and,
don't. Yeah, I don't think that's the intention.
well,
What
I'm not
about-
saying it is the intention, but you could read it that way.
What about
This one is about
evidence-based?
retaining educators.
I'm all about
specifically.
evidence-based.
Yeah, this isn't about
We
teaching
can innovate
practices.
to retain educators.
You're saying this is about retaining,
Yes.
The whole priority is about retaining
attracting and
high
retaining.
quality educators. Yeah, both.
And I think that lack of flexibility.
So what is our
comes
staff
through.
gonna do?
So, right, what is, as a
What is our
priority
staff, yeah,
for the board,
Advocate for grants.
Right now, we're working on the master pilot teacher program. Our staff has put in tons of time on this because the data shows that when teachers can have some leadership opportunity without having to leave the classroom, there are better retention rates. So that's just one example.
so let's put something on
Of
there
an
that
innovative
develops
practice.
leadership qualities or.
Well, they're doing it to retain.
What, do we need to be that prescriptive to staff?
I think we can just go with the first line.
Support flexible systems, right? Or what are you talking about? Attract and
I'm just
retain?
saying attract and retain high
That's what
quality
I would
educators and
agree
let them
too.
decide.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't wanna get too prescriptive with our.
okay, let's take a quick Menti and then come back to the discussion. And the Menti is really saying, leave as it is. And the other is to take out the two bullets and say attract and retain high quality educators, period. So the voting for the option one probably means some further discussion about what those bullets say. It's saying we want to attract and retain quality educators, high quality educators through these methods, or by incentivizing or supporting LEPs or anything like that. Okay, let's do a quick Menti on one, leave it as it is, and two, cut out the bullets and just say,
I guess it's option two.
that's just two people so far.
I know, I'm just kidding.
I struggle with either option.
So
So I'm not gonna
when
vote.
we can move to,
Okay.
so we eliminate this as a priority.
Feeling on everything there, Amanda.
I'm just being clear.
Okay,
Clear is
thank you
fine.
for that.
Thank you for your honesty and transparency.
So y'all know where I'm at.
So we are voting now. We have six of the 14 of you chimed in.
Everyone's just gonna wait because it's at 50% right now.
I voted.
Ready?
Yeah, I got it.
I'd rather just get rid of this one and keep the attacking this. Like, instead of this is another one,
So
just
which
keep the
slide am I on?
attract and retain with our licensing fees, if that's the whole purpose
And
of
then
it, is to
pull
attract and retain.
For which one though?
Because I agree
It's
with
the middle of the page of number 8.
Adam.
The middle of page 8? Thanks, Cassie.
Point 3.
But just the pay and those sorts of things, we don't have.
Remember, this is a priority under the goal that says promote educator quality and effectiveness. So it's probably looking at the quality, who knows, just a. A few more of you? Is everybody ready to vote?
I thought we voted. That's our vote, isn't it?
Well, yeah, there's only 9 of
There's
them.
only
That's-
9, so
There's 9 of you who have voted, so there are 5 of you who have not.
Maybe
in
we
a
just
vote
don't
yet.
need this one.
Shame on you.
Come on, come on.
Or
You can
just-
win.
Or just tweak it the way Amanda was suggesting.
Or-
Because option 2
Oh,
doesn't say.
well, I
how
voted,
we're
but I
gonna do
forgot
it.
to
Doesn't
push
give any-
submit.
Oh,
There
Randy.
you go, Randy.
When I pushed the little circle.
That sounds like something I'd say, Randy.
Hey, how many times have we had to tell people you voted and they say, I did, right? It
and they're
happened.
like, oh,
It
wait, no, I
happens.
didn't.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to be done.
last call for a couple votes.
No,
We're
those
still missing
M&Ms,
some.
Randy, I need some.
Carol, you voted for
I
sure?
did.
Did you hit
I
submit?
think, oh, maybe I didn't push submit.
Randy.
There you go, 2 more in, we're getting close.
Now you
Okay,
can.
She just
So-
gave you a hard time.
What we're seeing is a 70%, 71% vote to simplify it, leave it at just the first line. If we can get that vote through, if a motion is made for that simplification, there is lots of time to give your input to the staff about what are some ways you would like to see that happen? Or to ask your staff, please come back to us with 5 solutions that you propose for accomplishing this priority, and then we'll review those. So please know that this is part of the work. By creating this priority, it doesn't mean we're giving up those bullets, but we're giving clarity to what we're gonna expect from your staff. Okay. Oh, we're at 75% on that one. So I'm just gonna pass, I'm gonna move on to the next one. Lots more discussion we could have still on that. Priority 2.4, this is the last priority under goal 4. Enhance professional development and evidence-based educator training to strengthen teaching and boost student outcomes. So this actually goes to your point of outcomes. That we create programs that are evidence-based and have an impact on student outcomes. Replace boost with improve or strengthen, add meaningful professional development as opposed to enhance meaningful professional development perhaps. Could be shorter.
Or individualized, something.
Ask what would be helpful to teachers, add administrators. Consider removing this priority altogether, was a comment as well.
Although this is something we do. Oh, do you want comments yet?
Not yet,
Okay.
but, so just take this in.
So I think we need
Comments?
I think we need to clarify, because we do professional development like the fall finance training. And we get lots of great feedback about that. The special education conference, We get lots of great feedback about that. We have all these things that we do over here, but then there's this other section that the feedback from teachers are like, yeah, that was not helpful.
Okay, so when, it's about professional development, so let's have that discussion after, okay, I'm gonna give you some options. Option 1 is enhance meaningful professional.
You're gonna be poisoned. Jenny, you joining our caucus? Poison. I need a candy break. No. You joining our caucus? All right. I need a candy break. Candy for fake. For real.
So what we did is we just added some of the suggestions. We added meaningful professional development. We added educator and administrator training, and we added improve student outcomes. And option 2 is remove the priority altogether. And maybe, so let's take a Menti to see if we get some clarity on where our conversation goes next.
Who do I need to whip to get option 1?
So go back in, we're doing another vote. What? That was fast. And you can go to page, top of page 9, to look at the options. Option 1 was just to add 3 words.
And I'll push the,
Option 2 was to let go of this one completely.
oh, no, wait. I also have.
Oh, we've got 20 of 63.
I don't know
What happened?
how this is possible. We shouldn't have more than 14, right?
Well, the problem is that the code and stuff for the Menti is being broadcast live to people who are watching the live stream. So hopefully people can not vote. They're not supposed to.
Oh, are you joining our caucus?
Yeah, we've got a skewed,
That's how it's being streamed. We don't have any.
Wait, did I vote wrong? Or did no one like option 1? I like option 1. So did I, but I'm feeling like
Rebecca, is there any?
you voted for option 1. Harold did and I did. There's no way that's only 30%.
I'm not sure how they're still joining because the code should be off. I'm gonna tell my sister I'm a CPA.
Okay, so,
Can we look at those again? Because I feel like
yeah.
if I raise a hand or something, because
If we have people on the outside now that have clued into this, thank you, we love you, we respect you, we value what you bring to education, you're awesome. So, by raise of hand, raise your hand in this room, and if you want to raise your hand out there, you're welcome to as well. Raise your hand in this room if you voted for option 1.
You all join our caucus, so.
Raise your hand if you voted option 1.
Just away.
Are you guys raising your hand? If you
option
voted for option 1, raise your hand. Keep them raised high, so I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 voted for option 1. 57 people out there. Raise your hand if you're voting for option 2, which is to eliminate this one. 1, 2 of you wanted to eliminate.
You don't
Okay.
want any professional development, because you're too smart.
Okay, so clearly we cannot trust our Menti process from here on out. We're going to be taking hand.
Here on out, we can.
So somebody outside.
We can trust it.
Got a hold of the.
We can trust you.
I hate
It's the key sharing. So they can just go.
Okay, so I'm going to move on because that was enough of a.
They hacked the word process. That's actually quite humorous.
All right, let's take just a couple of minutes to comment. Otherwise, I think we have pretty good clarity. The option 1 is what we're gonna do, or what we're going to use as after the motion. Any quick comments? Quick?
We do professional development all the time. We engage in trainings, it could say professional development trainings, maybe even add trainings to it, but we do those all the time. So to me, this seems to be a significant piece of what happens in our realm.
In your realm? So you're saying, you're giving a plug? Okay. All right, thanks. We're gonna move on. That is all, those are the ones for 2.2. Our goal 2, we're gonna go back to goal 1. Do we need a break?
Yep.
Joe needs a break.
Okay.
If we take one, we need to mute the Zoom.
I'm taking a 10-minute break.
10 minutes?
I'm putting a timer on.
Generous.
7? 10 too much?
We can do a 5-minute.
5-minute break. Please come back. Can we move? Can we? Okay, so we've done 2 and we've gone through the 4. I think 3 are pretty clear. 1, we're not sure how that vote's gonna go on, but we'll see. Remember, our goal is to at least pass 2 priorities for each goal, so I think we're okay. So we've already passed the other two of the goals for, 2 of the priorities for goal 1. We're gonna jump into the next 2. This was what you approved, 1.1. That's already approved. We don't need to talk about that. Good work. And you all approved 1.2. And here's the improved version. All done. Are we still muted? Did he unmute us?
So sorry.
I missed it. Was it good?
It was really good, actually.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Okay, so we're moving on to priority 1.3. Enhance remember, this goes back to what goal? Let's see.
Elevate
Goal 1,
student
elevate student learning. So we're talking about, as an overarching goal here, is to elevate student learning. Priority 1.3, enhance instruction by identifying, supporting, and scaling effective teaching practices that optimize student learning and academic outcomes.
Yep, looks good.
There are some things here. Simplify the identifying, supporting, and scaling. Use encourage instead of enhance. Use encourage LEAs and education leaders to enhance instruction. And recognize the essential role parents play. Take that in. Couple deep breaths. Kind of absorbing the great comments and thought process that you all shared with us. And here's a couple of suggestions from us. Option 1, encourage LEAs and education leaders to strengthen effective teaching practices that optimize student learning and academic achievement. So that took some of your comments and tried to incorporate those. Option 2, encourage LEAs and education leaders to strengthen effective teaching practices that optimize student learning and academic achievement, comma, while recognizing the essential role of parent. So this is when we're gonna do the Menti, then we'll discuss.
You can't
Can't do it, it's been stolen.
40 people on the Menti now.
Oh, that's 139 people. We're going viral. I guess you guys are used to this.
We might should
I'm
consider
kidding.
that public
It's like
feedback, maybe, I don't know, I'm just
Is
thinking.
my mom watching?
There's your mom. 6 people watching the live stream too, so I don't know what's going on.
All right, I agree. It's probably not effective at this point to take the Menti. So we're going to
Did everyone get excused but you?
vote by raise of hand.
If we do that, can we also do it on our current priority, do the current one, then the options? Because remember, that hasn't been a choice, but I would like that
Yes.
to be an option.
Great. I'm gonna go option 1, option 2, and then we'll leave it at the current. So we leave it as is the first vote. On option 2. Has everyone had enough time to consider what is going on here? We're not doing Menti.
Oh.
What?
Since there are now 139 people.
Oh, no, do Menti.
They all called it.
All of our constituents care deeply about what we're doing here today, and we're so grateful to all of you for joining us. Okay, ready? Vote number 1 is to leave it as is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Leave as is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Done. Any comments?
I just don't think this is.
Who voted one?
That was Joanne.
It was
Oh, hi,
JoJo.
Joanne.
So you got 12 votes.
You got 12.
Outliers.
For the sake of,
Can we go to Minty just for fun to see how the 139? Just wanna see.
I don't think it has.
it's, we'll do that one time, like on priority 3.5. See if people are still tuned in. Yes, so
So
1 minute of comment.
I would just argue that, again, we're outside of our space. We don't actually have teachers in this building, so I don't know how we can actually scale effective teaching practices because we're not actually teaching students.
Okay, but we could identify perhaps
But yeah,
support and scale. It might be a matter of resources that you as a board might be able to put towards it.
Just in our standards and assessment meeting today, our staff are working at scaling for that have significant cognitive disabilities in order to provide adequate standards and assessments for them.
Okay.
So
So thank you
That's
for your
just one
comment. Thank you
example.
for your comment. Are you all okay to move on? Because that was a pretty strong.
I just want to also give a reminder. I know it's hard to remember now because we are in the process of recruiting a new director, but that's what ULE does. Like through their research projects plus the cohorts that they started doing under Megan when she was in that role. It's those cohorts were like, hey, we've identified some good stuff here. Let's go into the classroom. And then they went in and observed did classroom observations to see it in real practice and see if it scaled well or if it was just more environmental or something. So that is something that the board has done.
Fantastic. So sounds like you're already in a great direction there. I look forward in 6 months when you ask your staff, give us a report on priority 1.3, and there's probably going to be some cool things that happen. All right. Menti. You don't need to do that one.
No, we do.
oh, no, we want to see. Just leave it up there and let all the minions do their things and just announce, ready,
Take out
vote.
the QR code. Okay.
Doing it?
Priority 1.4, so there's one more under this priority, then we're gonna move to 3. Close learning gaps with support for timely learning intervention initiatives and programs. And perhaps programs, I'm not sure why it was capitalized, but maybe there's a reason for the capital P. Some of the suggestions you all gave us is strive to lessen or decrease instead of close. Strive to lessen gaps, learning gaps, or decrease learning gaps. Remove the word timely. Remove learning gaps. Focus on raising the bar. And this now reminds me of our conversation up at Homestead. There was some conversation about that particular point. And add individual student. So let's see. We came up with. Strive to decrease academic achievement gaps through learning interventions, initiatives, and programs that meet the needs of each individual student. I think that tried to incorporate all those suggestions. And option 2, support all learners in meeting or exceeding grade level proficiency with learning interventions, initiatives, and programs that meet the needs of each individual student. Do y'all remember where this all came from? Came from some really great conversations there, but okay, is that sinking in enough to take a vote?
Okay, we're supposed to vote.
We're not gonna do any more voting. Well, we're gonna do once. We're gonna surprise the audience with one vote sometime tonight, but not this one. Okay, so we're gonna take a straw vote. We're gonna take a hand. We're not voting, as you know, because that's only gonna happen after the motion. Leave as is. 1.4, leave as is. Raise your hand. 1, 2.
Well, does that mean we can't vote on option 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get one.
No, we're doing 3 votes. Either leave it as it is,
Yeah, have it say close.
or option 1, or option 2.
But I can't vote on leave as
can't
is option 1.
No, you can't vote twice.
Can you vote on one with a small change?
Yeah, well, you can vote on one, and then we'll open it for discussion. So again, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you want to keep it as it was, the current priority 1.4.
Can't close learning gaps.
The minor
That's not
amendment.
even realistic.
Okay, there's still one?
You can have that as a goal.
And you can make it a.
Yeah. But
Oh,
it's
I
a
see,
goal.
your adjustment's going to be on one,
Yes.
on the original. Okay, so yes, the original with some minor tweaking. In other words, 2 and 3, option 1 and option 2 didn't get there for you.
Wait.
Put your hand down.
Okay.
Close individual learning gaps.
All right, vote for 1
Yeah, that's what I want. Maybe
if
that
you
would-
want to keep the priority as is with 1 or 2 word changes.
All right.
Raise your hand.
I could go with that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Majority.
Option 1, strive to decrease academic achievement, raise your hand. Option 2, support all learners.
That one is way more, like, it's so positive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Long and convoluted.
Okay. Great, 6. So we're gonna discuss now.
Can I comment real fast? Number 2 would be much better without everything after the word proficiency.
Okay. So let's open it for discussion. So you're suggesting support all learners in meeting or exceeding grade level proficiency, period. Okay?
I actually like that.
So we're now discussing between the current priority as it stands and option 2. We're eliminating option 1. Nobody voted for that.
Carol, we fixed your worry
Is
with
there
it.
a way
Joanne
to that? Would you fix?
No, wait.
Christina?
No, I voted on
Joanne
option
likes
1.
Yeah.
Joanne just texted and said she likes you.
Yeah.
No, you voted for,
That's good. Yeah, we
Option 1 was the,
you can change your mind because this is not a hard and fast.
I just.
So let's have some comments.
Okay, well, here's my concern.
Okay.
We know that our scores are improving, but those learning gaps are not. So we have to do something that addresses learning gaps. That's not option 2.
Option 2 does not, it just is basically like, make sure everyone does well, but option 1 calls out the gap.
Yes.
You're missing the gaps in option 2.
Which
You
is
have
our
to talk about how
That's the
there is
point.
a wide gap.
You don't like to acknowledge
You don't
there
like
are
to
gaps.
acknowledge that there
didn't
are
say
major
that.
learning gaps,
Hold on,
and you
hold
can
on.
close gaps and never improve.
You can close gaps by bringing people down, not bringing people up.
Okay, our test scores will never
So glad
improve
that there's
if we do
teachers in
not
our
help
schools
the lowest
taking care of
performing
this.
students. That is why there's
Support all learners.
Why do you have a problem with learning gaps? It's just a way
Yeah,
of saying
it's
there's
just
a
a
gap
word.
in learning.
It's just the same
It's
person.
a learning gap. So this,
Minority students
thank you.
don't do
So
well,
there's a-
don't move.
so there's a sense
No,
of
they don't. That's the problem. Look at the.
We have
the
consternation on the
learning
right.
gaps. Is
I would say on the left.
the approach of that.
Marwood's caucus over there.
Okay, so this table had some,
It's getting late.
There's some gaps
all
in.
like number 1, like the original with a couple,
Number 1,
two words to change, right?
The word say close individual learning gaps, because the
That's
point is,
better.
we don't want to make like, when we say gaps, we're not talking about the range of learning. We don't want to try to make everybody come to the middle. When we say gaps, what we're talking about is the kids that are not meeting expectations, we want to get them there
Up
or.
to a higher expectation.
Yes, to a higher expectation for individuals, but that's even like to reach their potential, and that's where we were talking about.
To
those
open the
individual
doors.
learning gaps.
Okay, so your suggestion,
Yes.
your word suggestion on the original is to close individual
Yes.
learning gaps.
Yes, that's better.
Okay,
That works.
Now, Jenny,
that might
yes.
work for at least some of you.
It's not
Jenny,
a group
is that
thing.
right?
So,
Jenny, it's
Well,
not.
Rebecca, if you do that.
See,
Okay.
Emily,
We took out
how
the.
positive that got.
On,
Like that.
so on original,
Like, that's what I like.
I know there are some people over here that said, I like the, and you voted for number 1.
Yeah.
Is there any other word? Remember, I gave you 2 words that you can change.
That's great.
What else? We've added individual. We'll see how that goes.
Joe wanted to move timely, with timely support for learning interventions.
Well, that is in what? It's in.
I mean, he just wanted
So
to
it
move.
says close learning gaps
He just wanted to move
with
timely
timely
to
support
Yeah.
for learning intervention.
I'm fine with that.
That's okay.
Say that again?
We're just moving
So
time.
timely support, so we're moving timely in front of support, in front of learning. Timely support for learning intervention, intervention initiatives and programs, lowercase. Can we vote to lower the lowercase, make that a lowercase p?
Yeah.
There've
been people that have been sued over the comma.
Okay, so I think those, 8 of you voted for priority, leave it as it is, but change, add individual learning and change the place of comma.
Yes, they have
Those who voted for
$12 billion.
option 2, what comments do you have, or how did they convince you that you're gonna move over to the original with those changes? Or what's your, any comments on what you liked about that? I was hearing that it's positive and so forth.
Mine's a quick question on the word programs though. Why did we capitalize that?
I don't know.
We're not, it was a mistake, don't worry.
Timely
Well,
support.
actually, I wonder because that's actually what I campaigned
Timely
with.
support.
Programs, capital P, I literally used that they kind of take over.
We stole that from you, from your campaign.
Yeah, it's not a positive thing in the way I present it, so. It's just
I
a
would-
clerical error.
I
that's
would
fine.
Read it in the footnotes.
Programs and just leaving intervention initiatives. I'd be fine taking out programs.
Let's do
But
that.
what was-
Let's
is
take
that-
out programs.
Okay, I'm good with
and
that,
leave
and
with
programs.
Intervention initiatives.
I agree, I don't level on programs.
Intervention initiatives, period. Programs maybe is too broad?
I just think it might be too specific.
Okay.
And this is,
Yeah, it leads
again,
into
not
what
something
kind
the
of
USBE
programs.
does. This
Yes.
is something that's done at an institutional level, not at an SCA. I mean, we're all the way down to the institution. We're not even at the LEA level. We're at the institutional level. This isn't really what we do.
I would argue that we offer intervention initiatives.
But then we need to talk about offering intervention initiatives.
Well,
But the way this reads, it reads like an institutional goal, not the goal of an SEA.
we support them in this work. I guess I'm just disagreeing. We do support them in this work. For intervention initiatives. We don't do it, we don't step in and do intervention. But there are initiatives that are taken to support that.
Support for.
But when we use the word individual, we're all the way down to the classroom level.
Or we're defining
It finally makes sense.
learning gaps in a certain way, that it's based on individuals, not institutional learning.
How do we work back up to?
Okay, we're getting close to this. I'm still interested in more thoughts from 2. You were in a bit of a minority, but there were 6 of you who liked 2, so
Thought about 2,
yes.
and I just don't throw tomatoes at me. But I do like exceeding grade level proficiency, because some kids have already mastered the content. They shouldn't have to sit and be taught to the middle. But I also understand there's a real need to close learning gaps, and even IEP is trying to close learning gaps. But what if we keep option 2, but add learning gaps in option 2? So it says support all learners in meeting or exceeding grade level proficiency with interventions to close learning gaps, initiatives, and initiatives that meet the needs of each individual student or something.
I would put learning gaps after programs.
So what you're
Learning interventions,
learning gaps.
initiatives and program, but then you leave out the people who are already meeting, who can have the opportunity to exceed. You've got them on both sides that need interventions, really.
Sarah, did you say to end it on initiatives, period?
No, I was saying support. I mean, I don't think we need to call it all students. We just support students in meeting or exceeding grade level proficiency with learning interventions, initiatives, and programs that help close learning gaps.
Individual learning gaps. And
And
we
meet the
were
needs of
adding
each
the
individual
individual learning gaps. When you add in learning gaps, interventions that
And address needs of advanced
close
learners.
individual learning gaps.
Still at the
initiatives, and then would you
Sarah,
take
if
out
you put
program?
that at the end, then you have to put also and meet the advanced learners. You have to
Well,
say.
I mean, we're like really pounding in here, this individualized thing with saying all learners, an individual student. I mean, it's like,
You know what I mean?
it can be as simple as close learning gaps.
But that's fine, but then you also need the other end of the spectrum, you need interventions for advanced learners too.
Now there's 900 people.
That's if our goal is to have a, like, if this focus is on.
The focus is to help the lowest
To
performing
everybody, then
students.
yes, but I
That's
think that,
exactly
but I think the intent of this, I think the intent of this specifically was to address.
Those types,
So we're talking about,
then you
yeah.
should have two, Carol. One for the striving learners and one for the learners who are already mastered the content or who are
I'm fine with that too.
You can have two
And
priorities.
if we're prioritizing strategies, the strategy priority, if we wanna increase our academic excellence, is the lowest performing student.
So we're addressing that, we're allowing for that by calling it, by labeling that individual learning gaps.
C4 Live,
And you're suggesting that we also take into account by
What is missing
combining,
in option one for folks?
Cindy doesn't think that there's,
That you're smart.
meeting or exceeding
yeah.
grade level proficiencies, I think is what's the adding
Yeah,
piece of
I
it.
just.
Well, if we had endless resources.
So I have a
Okay,
quick
yeah.
question.
Question here?
In my classes.
This is something new. It's kind of a hybrid of what we're trying to get at. And so I'm just gonna read it. To support initiatives that enable frontline educators to equip all learners in meeting and exceeding grade level proficiency. So to support initiatives that enable frontline educators to equip all learners in meeting and exceeding grade level proficiency.
I do think you need interventions. The interventions are really important for kids who really are striving learners.
So we could add initiatives and interventions. Yes.
I like that better.
I don't mind that, but
You can read that with
frontline
that.
educator, I don't.
I like
'Cause it could
closing
be
Yeah,
learning.
if you could read that again and everybody consider what this might be, and we're coming down to kind of two things that are a little bit different, and I'm not sure we're gonna be able to merge them from what I'm hearing. But
Okay. To support initiatives and interventions that enable frontline educators to equip all learners in meeting and exceeding grade level proficiency.
did everybody hear that?
Why would that be then at our level? Like what makes that at our level versus the support?
The word support is probably
We would
where,
support those initiatives. So the initiatives and interventions then become clear that anything that we would support or staff would work on would help our frontline educators equip our learners in meeting and exceeding grade level expectations. I would
Will
say
you read that
that's,
whole thing one more time, for me, please?
yes, sorry, we should throw it up. To support initiatives and interventions that enable frontline educators to equip all learners in meeting and exceeding grade level proficiency.
That still is, I still think we're missing the part that we wanna focus on, which is like,
Then add the words closing learning gap. To close learning gaps, meet or exceed.
I like the rest of it, I'm wondering what frontline educators.
You can take out
The
frontline,
way-
just say educators.
And I understand like closing the gaps, I know it is a good visual, it's like opening the door, right? But I think that equip all learners in meeting, there's that meeting, meeting is closing a gap, it's a different way to present
You
that
just don't like the
concept.
poison word.
In meeting. No, I don't think
you
it's
can
a
have all
poison word,
three. I think you can have all three.
I think the thing that I struggle with meeting and exceeding, especially coming from a special ed background, is there's some kids that no matter what you do, they're not going to meet the requirements and that, but we do want to close the learning gaps. So if I can get a kid that's 3 years behind to now only be 2 years behind to then be a year and a half behind, that's where I think that closing
Okay.
learning gaps is so important in providing supports for that. That's,
Okay.
so I can jump over this, but I agree, I do think we still need to add in, like Cindy was just saying, and Sarah was saying, the closing learning gaps does need to be
Dave,
addressed.
can I just ask real quick, we're spending, so we had 8 votes, eight hands go up for the current priority, 6 go up for option 2, Now we've spent 15 minutes beating the tar out of this option 2, which the majority didn't vote for. You know what I mean? Like, I think we're kind of.
Yeah, I mean, 8-6 is a majority.
But let's at least beat the tar out of option 1, where most of us.
I think we've come to an agreement what option 1 is. So let's take one more vote at this point and we'll move on. So 1 is, because we made some changes, I'd like to take another raise of hands. Close individual learning gaps with support, with timely support for learning intervention initiatives and programs. Or we took out
I
programs.
think we removed programs. Is that
And
right?
initiatives. Okay, that's 1. Number 2 is.
Emily, do you want to read yours?
Is this one, is the new one. That's,
Vice Chair Wood has it.
She's got it right there on the wall.
Okay, and I added, closing learning gaps.
Individual learning gaps.
Just read it.
Okay. To support initiatives and interventions that enable frontline educators to equip all learners in closing learning gaps and in meeting and exceeding grade level proficiency. Or proficiency. How was that said?
I think we should have 2 priorities.
okay, so with those 2, we're gonna take a vote, and I'm gonna actually add a vote for option 2 as it was. So we're gonna have 3 options. You either vote for priority 1.4 as it was, with those changes.
In closing.
Option 2, as it's written up here, or option 3, which is this new proposed. Okay, so option 1, raise your hand.
That's the current one.
The current.
With the changes.
Current priority with the changing of
With a few words changed.
3 word changes.
I prefer.
Raise your hand for number 1.
Fine, if we pass.
Anyone else for number 1?
Jenny.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For number 2, which is this option 2.
Leanne, you didn't get counted.
Oh, did you get, okay.
That was 1.
Sorry. 6.
Not that number
Okay.
2.
I bet she wants this one. You got 1 for number 2.
Okay. Option 2, which is what you all the 6 of you originally voted for. Raise your hand. Okay. For the new revised is option 3. Raise your hand if you want this new revised.
Did you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so
I didn't vote for the first one.
so we changed to this one as proposed. We'll type that up for later. Okay, we are moving on to goal 3.
Kept giving me different.
Optimize oversight and accountability. That has been approved.
They want to get rid of that one.
33.1. Now, please remember, as we go through these priorities, there's confusion. So hopefully we can either address the confusion and figure out what we intended when we met up there in Midway, or we can kind of set it aside and say, we'll come back and readdress this later. Okay. Clearly communicate. Are you guys good?
We're just
Working on grammar now.
So
Okay.
keep going.
Okay, you're good to tune in. Clearly communicate required expectations.
Equipping.
All right, that was our priority. Remember, it's from the goal, optimize oversight and accountability. Your first priority is clearly communicate required expectations. Some comments were to communicate to educators, students, and parents realistic learning expectations. Adding to build trust. And I think board members are not clear on the original intent of this priority.
They're not clear.
So, oh, that's
Let's show that to us.
that's 3.1. Let me kind of walk through these first. So
1,132.
I know.
So I think it makes perfect sense if you look at it in context of the overarching goal. When the overarching goal is articulated, to me, this priority makes perfect sense.
Okay,
Good.
so because we did not get a lot of clear, or it was unclear for a lot, we don't have another suggestion here for you.
In isolation, it seems awkward, but in the greater context of the goal, I don't think it needs any more.
So the goal is to optimize oversight
Agree too.
and accountability, and our priority is to clearly communicate required expectations.
Yeah, and it's
So-
really to
Right, no,
clearly
let's move on.
communicate oversight and required oversight and accountability
Right.
expectations. So I agree. It just, yeah.
So I'm going to take, the vote on this is to keep 3.1 as is, or vote 2 is to revise the statement or add comments. So raise your hand if you would like to keep the current priority 3.1 as written. Raise your hand.
So ready to raise my hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we'll just keep that as is, and
You laugh at my.
we'll let the staff help figure out exactly how to implement that. Okay, good, we got one. 3. I'm gonna jump to 3.3, and we're gonna come back to 3.2. And then move on to 3.2. All right,
Oh, great.
monitor,
That's it all today.
this is 3.3. Monitor and support LEAs to ensure compliance.
No.
Monitor and support LEAs to ensure compliance. And all of you LEAs out there watching,
Monitor.
we love you. You're so great. We're here to support you in every possible way.
Monitor and threat. How about that?
Okay, suggestions are monitor and support seem to contradict. Focus on school safety. Address, do they have the tools, support they need for local control and for us to be supported? Add and elevate performance, so, okay, at the end, and monitor is an unclear word. So take all that in, we're not gonna comment yet,
Okay.
and we're gonna give, this one we do have some suggestions. Drum roll.
Say it out loud. She's, oh.
I think we need to switch monitor and support. It needs to be support and.
Hold on, we're gonna do a mentee first.
Okay.
We're gonna see if we have a consensus or a majority. Option 1 is to support LEAs with tools and resources to promote compliance with state standards. Option 2 is to ensure LEAs have the tools and support they need to maintain safe schools, exercise local control, and elevate performance. So those 3 things kind of give 3 different messages, but we're gonna take a raise of hand vote on keep it as it is, monitor and support LEAs to ensure compliance, with the caveat that if you need to change 1 or 2 words, vote for number 1. If you like number 1, the original, and just have a word or 2 to change, go ahead and vote for 1.
Well, I like the way option 2 is inspiration.
Option 1 and option 2. All right, so we're gonna take a vote. You get 3 options, one of these 3. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, that's leave it in.
That's a
Leave
little-
as is.
That's
You
option
do a
one.
mentee.
Tell them what
That's one.
we
That's one.
want,
That's 1.
and
Okay.
it's up to them to do it. So.
Leave as is, maybe a word or 2 change. Raise your hand.
I guess.
Leave as is 3.3.
Leave as is.
Monitor and support.
Monitor and support LEAs to ensure compliance.
But I
Leave.
wanna just reverse the order, support and monitor LEAs.
Yeah, so we'll take some considerations of just some minor word changes. Wait, raise your hand one more time for that one. Leave as is with a minor word or two? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Could do either one.
Done.
One or that one.
Okay, let's now. Oh, vote for number two, your second one. We'll take your vote matters. Every vote matters. Option 1, raise your hand.
This is a right choice thing.
Option 2.
You guys got a thumbs up. Good job.
Thanks so much. You are not alone. Okay, so priority as is, it has majority. What, I've heard a suggestion that we switch that and say support and monitor LEAs to kind of give them the support message first and then come in with the knife. Okay, so support and mentor LEAs to ensure compliance. Other comments or suggested changes? 1 or 2 words.
I think monitor is a better word than mentor.
I'm sorry, I meant, I said mentor probably. Support and monitor
Okay.
LEAs to ensure compliance. Going once?
With state standards?
Do we want to add compliance with state standards?
No, that becomes unclear.
Narrows.
Oh, come on.
What matter? Okay, great. I think with that, yes.
Can we support with tools and resources?
Right, that's what I like
And
about that one.
monitor LEAs to ensure, so we support LEAs with tools and resources and monitor to ensure compliance. I like the with, like, what are we supporting them?
But I think that that's the piece where the staff's gonna come back and say, here's how we're gonna support.
They'll decide?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, listening.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna go with that. Rebecca, did you capture those? So it's support and monitor LEAs to ensure compliance. Good.
Sorry, just one, because I'm getting some feedback from staff, and I kind of agree with this. Support and monitor to ensure compliance, because we do have more than LEAs. I wonder if it's worth taking out LEAs.
Thoughts?
What are they implying
Well,
on the?
because again, these are general priorities, and we've already support more than our LEAs. We have an agency to look over.
Oh, yeah, let's take it out.
What's the,
Entities or?
is the top goal
Top goal
oversight and accountability?
Optimize.
is optimize oversight and accountability. So now, we've got consensus and we're going with 3.3, switching the first two, support and monitor LEAs to ensure compliance. Now we're suggesting taking out LEAs, and we're hearing maybe some feedback from staff.
You'd have to add USBE and USDB.
As well, or
And
LEAs. You could say,
But child nutrition has like child centers and things too, so that's.
oh, I see.
So if we just had
Take out-
support and monitor to ensure compliance, then it's like everybody that we're overseeing.
Everyone,
Yeah.
including.
Everybody
Put
that's
everyone
getting
in.
audited will be under there.
Support and monitor,
Subject.
we've taken out LEAs, and do we need to insert something else there?
People on the street.
Educational entities, I don't know.
Educational entities?
Oh, that's not bad.
Every single one was that.
What about educational entities?
I'm told, hey, brevity, I'm saying, it's about 5 word things, let's do it.
Okay, I think what I suggest we do is we accept that without the LEAs
30 minutes.
and give it to the staff and help them work through how that's then communicated to all educational entities within the school system, or how they might want to come back and define it and get some clarity if they need it from us, but so we're good with that one. Okay, we've got 2 now with 3. Now we're gonna go back to 2 of the trickier ones. Priority 3.2 was increase risk identification and assessment. And a lot of you were confused about what this was, where this came from, what is risk? What is risk? What is the assessment referring to and so forth? So is there anyone that remembers in their breakout session having discussed this and brought this priority to the table? Does this ring a bell to somebody, and could they give some context? Because we went back through all of our notes and we were like, piece this conversation together where this 3.2 came from. And is it important for us to work through it tonight and come up with a language that addresses whatever this was supposed to address?
That was us.
That was you, okay.
That
Give
was
us some
us.
context, that would be helpful.
This is, are we at a partner? Debbie, do you wanna speak to that?
Sure. So when you're doing risk assessment, risk identification and assessment, it's after you've identified what you're trying to achieve as a board, right? Your vision, your mission, your goals, you know what you want to achieve, then you risk assess to say what's going to get in the way of this, what are the barriers, and then that helps you understand, okay, what policies and procedures do I need, what systems do I need, what tools do I need, what processes do I need. So risk happens before you jump into that piece there, and it's critical to do it, and we're missing that all over the place.
Then should we say risk assessment and mitigation? Because you are talking about two parts, assessing the risk and then doing things to help mitigate it. And this only says to identify and assess it.
If we don't have what you do, the risk mitigation somewhere else, then yes, you could add the identify, assess, and you could mitigate it, you could avoid it, you could transfer it, you could accept it. It all depends on what your assessment says. But yes, you should do something with it. You should.
But I think that that's where our support and monitor comes in to do something about it. That's what,
Yeah,
we went through this specifically. We said we're gonna identify what we want people to do by identifying the expectations, then identifying the risk and assessment, then doing the support and monitoring, and then our final step was to then do the performance improvement. So we did it specifically. That it is in that order for priorities. So it was very specific on how we did the priorities to support each other.
Okay.
That helps.
Yeah, questions then. Does that bring more clarity to those of you who took the survey and weren't sure exactly what this meant? And does the language here, increase risk identification and assessment, do what it needs to do as far as a priority that we give to the staff?
Dave, would it bring clarity to put needs assessment instead of just assessment? Is that clear, or is that?
Risk assessment is a specific term in, is that
Well,
correct?
if you put needs, there are some very specific technical needs assessments that have to happen, and risk assessment is a broader term that it's like, no, it really is associated with what are you trying to achieve, then you risk assess it to determine what your control activities, your next steps are. So I don't think you need needs, and it could be confusing, but you tell me what's more understandable.
Could I ask you then, if this came to you as a staff, as a priority, would it make sense to you, and does it give you clarity on what the board wants you, is charging you to do?
I would take it I would take it and apply it to my responsibility. So as long as the person receiving it understands, like, this is what you apply to your responsibility to a rule you're in charge of or something like that, it's 100% understandable. But that's to me, and
Debbie does this every day, so you gotta ask 3 or 4 people that don't.
Yeah, what about the rest of the staff, the other
Audit.
Yeah, that's
That's
why.
what I'm saying. I get that Debbie gets it,
Right.
but we've got much more than audit
I
here.
know that.
Yeah,
Joe?
it's like, the way I look at it is, I like Cindy's suggestion where you do the assessment in order to mitigate. And here I don't see that side of the ledger, right? The reason we go out and we monitor is really to identify what our risks are, what is our exposure. And we do that so we can say, how do we avoid this from happening? How do we prevent it? How do we mitigate it? And so I like the increase risk assessment and mitigation, because to me it covers both sides of what this body does.
So are you suggesting perhaps that assessment and identification can be combined? That assessment might also include identification?
It has to.
Okay, so risk assessment and mitigation.
That would be.
Increased risk assessment and mitigation.
I still think a lot of people reading this are not gonna know what is risk of what.
Could you explain
Debbie,
what?
you wanna?
So you risk identify or assess and assess to an objective. What's the objective? And it could be at different levels, right? Is it something in Utah code? Is it something in board rule? Is it about a process that you're trying to? So it really depends. The general term, the Green Book term is objectives. Could be a requirement. I don't want to use a technical word like standards, has some technical terminology. So if it was me, I'd use objectives, and I know what that is, but probably no one else does. But you're right. You risk assess to something that the thing that you're trying to achieve, the goal, the whatever it is that you're trying to achieve.
So I immediately jump to risk management and insurance.
And safety.
What am I, or whatever, responsible for something? Risk, I totally get what you're saying, but used in this setting, I'm not sure that all educators are gonna get what you're talking about here.
Debbie, how do we say this in lay's terms? Like
Such auditing language.
if you're telling this to a 5-year-old, how would you state this?
How do you identify things that will get in the way of what you're trying to do?
Oh.
Barriers. There's the word.
Identify barriers. It's that.
Identify barriers.
I like that a lot.
Oh, look, now she likes barriers.
Identify barriers and
I like Debbie's.
The question is it going to serve the purpose for our staff? Do they understand this? And I understand that risk, that's the assessment I got from all of you is, what is risk? Is it safety? Is it I'm in danger? Is it?
Or
all of it.
Maybe even
for everything.
academic failure. Your risk about academic failure is that we're trying to identify, what is in risk of academic failure.
Well, and that's where it gets applied, right? Special education would have to apply it to themselves, right? Child nutrition would apply it to what they do. Internal audit applies it to what we do. Transportation applies it to what they do, right? There's risk in each of those areas. And so just as a general concept, that's what you're applying it to. Remove barriers in your area.
Okay, so this is a concept of increasing that practice of identifying barriers, assessing them, and mitigating them as a practice of the staff directed by you as a school board. You then incorporate that into different as it's applied.
I'm gonna propose that we scratch this priority.
Okay.
Oh, I like this one too.
The problem is if we scratch it, we're missing a big piece of the process of compliance, is my understanding. Debbie, is that correct?
All right, let's take a vote to increase risk assessment and mitigation. Or the second vote will be move on, scrap this one for now, and consider later.
Or add an asterisk with the 5-year-old statement that she made down at the bottom that they can refer to if they don't get it like I do.
Do people like the word barrier over risk?
No.
No, okay.
So,
All right.
can I make
Yes,
like a
please.
recommendation or so? But, and I know that those certain words could be triggered back like barriers or whatever, but, strengthen risk identification and assessment processes. But I don't know that's what really we're doing, right? So strengthen
So
risk
processes-
identification and assessment processes, or enhance our ability to identify and assess risks.
I like strengthen better than increase.
Okay, so
Improve the identification and assessment of risks. So if that one's just increase, it.
Very broad, because education is.
Read that last one.
So I improve the identification and assessment of risks. But I kind of like strengthen risk identification and assessment processes. Because to strengthen, that's strengthening risk management, right? Like if that's right out of the gate, we're gonna have something that we view through and say, oh, we're already thinking ahead of things that could be at risk. And
I think a process is inherent with what is on the wall, the risk assessment mitigation, there's no problem with adding that to it.
Okay, so we're suggesting that we're gonna add the word process, though it is implied in the assessment and mitigation is a process. But by adding the word process, perhaps that makes it a little clear that this is about a process, it's not about some safety.
it would just be like in using the word strengthen instead of increase. Strengthen and assessment processes. So maybe it's just a little bit more clear, just by adding two words and getting.
You've left out mitigation. Does that have a place in your thoughts, in your recommendation?
But I'm open for it.
Will you read that, Emily, will you read it one more time?
Strengthen risk identification and assessment processes.
And I didn't hear the last part. Emily?
Strengthen risk identification and assessment processes.
Identification and assessment processes. So it's identification processes and assessment processes.
But somebody who said this earlier is right. If we just identify them and don't intend to do anything about them, what good
And
is
also
that?
identification is inherent in assessment.
Yeah, I think we've talked about combining those words because identification and assessment can be the same thing. It can.
So what if you just said instead of assessment, do you wanna have it say mitigation and have it say strengthen risk identification and mitigation
If you add
processes?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Mitigation in there.
Okay, are you ready?
That's okay.
Yeah.
Go.
So in strengthen. Emily, if I mess it up, let me know. Risk identification. Are we leaving assessment? Sorry.
Take out identification.
Okay, leave risk assessment then, sorry. Strengthen.
Take out increase.
Take out increase, strengthen risk assessment and mitigation processes.
Oh.
There you go. Even I can understand that.
And I, that's what was good.
Okay, so let's take the vote now based on this. And the other vote will be leave it a no vote or eliminate this as a priority. Okay, so those of you who vote yes or like this one, raise your hand. And those of you, okay, hands down. And those who would like to just eliminate this one, raise your hand. 2, okay.
There needs to be.
3.
It needs to be different than this, where everything's focusing on this outside, and yet, I mean, even in our mission, we have set academic standards, protect information systems, manage public education funds, direct transparent operations, develop policy for education, advocate for Utah students. I just see, we've got to have something like about internal controls.
But that's what this is. This is the process of internal controls.
This is inside. So then I'm not under, that's.
No, finish your thought.
It's confusing. That's what I'm saying. We're using language that we don't use to try to articulate processes that we need in place. So which is fine. I'm just saying it's not, I'm not sure I'm there yet. I feel like it's.
Well, let's have some salad and then we can.
No, I understand, and I think that was,
Increase internal
I think that was the nature of the responses to this priority was.
I'm just not sure
it's
where we're
little
headed.
unsure, and you've brought some clarity to this as a process that is understood internally by the staff. So that gives some comfort on the terms that it is specific.
Anyway, can we have some salad? Can we leave this here, have some salad?
I think we've made the vote here. This one has passed. We're gonna come back to one more, 3.4.
We are way ahead of schedule, but we are right on schedule for dinner. We were supposed to eat at
Way ahead.
5:45.
Bring your dinner. We can do 3.4 and be done and take,
Yeah,
turn
I
it
just
back
did a
over to
risk
you.
assessment and mitigated process.
I don't like the risk language, it's not what we use. So, but even when I was filling out the survey, I was like, I don't think anybody knows what
But I
this
think that
is.
part of
don't use
this
it
is
now,
just setting
but
us
if
up
we're
for
improving
what
the
our
system, we
goal is.
should.
I think
Oh,
that
that's a
Debbie,
good point.
because obviously we're having her help everybody figure out the system.
So any instructions on dinner?
Let me get.
Everybody just stand,
Salad.
you've all eaten before?
From the left to the right, like you are reading.
I think I learned about risk the very first time.
How you doing, Dave?
I don't care.
All it did was identify.
Just one more, we'll get out of here early if we.
Yeah, we're.
I do, I think.
Yeah, this one is, I tried for the life of me to figure out where one came from. So if you are the group that worked this one, I'm really looking forward to your insights. What was this about? 3.4, remember it's under, what's the goal?
Optimize oversight and accountability.
Oversight and accountability. Okay, direct performance improvement steps up to corrective action.
There needs to be a comma there and it would make sense. Direct performance improvement steps, comma, up to corrective action.
Done.
Direct performance improvements, comma,
No.
which leads to.
Steps, comma,
Improvement steps.
Oh, direct performance improvement steps, comma,
up to corrective action. It's still not super grammatically correct, but then
Okay.
it makes sense.
so the idea was there are improvements as well, all the way up to correction. Okay, so anybody that was on that group could give some further context, or are there questions that people have?
Yeah, so this is, I can add to, this is the last step of our compliance piece. So our third step was to support and monitor. And this is basically if they are not doing it with our monitoring, then we're gonna direct improvement steps for them to do. If not, they can go to a corrective action plan. Right, is that right, Debbie?
Okay, don't worry about it.
That's what that
Probably
means.
just get a piece to go.
Somehow magically that comma just got put in there.
I can help.
Thank you.
Come sit down.
Sorry.
So to direct performance improvement steps, comma, all the way up to corrective action. So some of the comments were sort of, again, language or not sure what this was.
Optimize oversight.
We need a stronger focus on safety was a comment. This is the role of the LEAs, which might imply it's not our role. The board needs to, a common understanding of its role. Licensing has not been about performance. So there are some comments. We don't have any suggestions here. Any other, should we just vote on this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
with
it
the
clear
comment.
enough that
We
we
had the
can take a
comment.
vote here? I don't want anyone to feel like
I think
forced to make a decision on something that's unclear. Okay, let's do it.
Can one of our options be throw it out?
Yes. Thank you. So we will give you the option of,
I tried that, Leanne, it didn't work very well.
right, you're not alone. So the option will be as it is here, always with the caveat that we could still change a word or two. Or the second option is to throw it out or to eliminate this either forever or for the time being. So those of you who feel good about this one or feel okay about forwarding this as a priority 3.4, raise your hand. Is everybody voting?
Trusting.
Our last one.
Why don't you? I wasn't paying attention.
Direct performance.
To direct performance and steps up to corrective action.
If you don't want to cheat anybody here, keep your hands up if you're voting yes to this.
Sorry.
1, 2,
Yes to
3,
approve.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Did you get Matt?
Support.
Did your hand up?
Support and monitoring is up to.
Eight.
Put it in.
Do I have to keep it up?
Well, I mean.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, do we have anyone online that's voting? You can put her down now. Raise your hand if you want to eliminate this as an option. 1, 2, 3.
No, I don't have a
Oh.
vote. I was kidding.
1, 2, 3.
She's not kidding, but
I'm not kidding, but I don't give a vote.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I just don't, once again,
Can I?
Okay, so now you have the vote is to keep it, but let's have a little discussion, especially if there's some question or if we can understand what it means or how it could be more helpful, for example.
Can I just say why I think this is necessary or helpful?
Okay? Yeah, of course.
It's the same way, do you remember when we had the turnaround schools and it was just always this connotation, then we changed the name from turnaround to elevate to springboard? And things just miraculously got better, even though they were following similar steps. I really like our agency knowing that we can, in our support and improvement, add some improvement steps. And if those aren't followed, then we get to a corrective action plan. Instead of our first go-to is always a corrective action plan.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes.
You don't need this because the steps up to a corrective action plan are monitoring and support. You already put this one two goals ago.
But they're not.
Monitoring and support is what happens before you get to a corrective action plan.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, I think that needs to be verbalized. Because monitoring and support, when you get to say a written communication of a plan, and you send an LEA a written communication of a plan, that's a corrective action plan, right? So you go and you monitor and you find problems, instead of working those out, saying you've got a week to work these out, if not, you're gonna be on a corrective action plan. Instead, we send them an email that says you're on a corrective action plan because we found these problems in our monitoring visit.
A monitoring plan monitors along the way so that you don't have to get to that point. If monitoring fails, then the corrective action plan needs to be considered.
So you're telling me we monitor and give LEAs an opportunity to fix their problems before we send them an email that says, here are your problems, you need to fix them? Because those are all labeled corrective action plans that come across my email computer. And I never had one time seen anything come across my computer beforehand that says, here's a monitoring plan, or here are the steps you need to take, and if you don't meet these, you're gonna be put on a corrective action plan.
But I thought.
It has such a negative connotation.
I thought after talking to Devin, we had this conversation after lawn licensing this morning. I thought monitoring included these direct performance improvement steps. Is that not correct?
So monitoring is an interesting word. It has a technical definition as well as a generic definition. So it kind of depends what you're talking about. If you're talking specific to, hey, here's a monitoring plan. Now I'm going to go take this plan and I'm going to go to an LEA or whoever, and I'm going to say, okay, on my monitoring plan, there are 5 things I need to look at. I look at it, okay, when I'm done, oh, they missed one thing. Okay, then I have a corrective action plan with that one thing. There's that type of a very specific monitoring plan. There's also a type of monitoring, a little bit more generic, where it's just like, I'm just kind of watching this, I'm kind of reviewing it. It doesn't have a specific plan. So in that regard, it's like, oh, okay, as I'm kind of looking at this, oh, there's, hey, oh, I could fix this. I could, we could do a little bit better here, which is some of that more, hey, performance improvement. I mean, both of them have performance improvement, but one is more structured than the other, just depending on exactly what type of monitoring.
I think what this does is it adds a bit more clarity to the steps prior to the corrective action plan. It just formalizes it a bit more, there's like an outlined steps that is in writing that the LEA knows exactly what's expected of them, and if they don't do it, they're gonna be put on a corrective action plan.
So yes, there are 2 definitions of a monitoring plan. What I'm talking about, when you're talking about what the agency is doing, we come up with a plan to monitor. How about that? And in that, there are improvement theoretically, if you have a plan to monitor, you catch it early and it doesn't get to a corrective action plan.
So I just wonder, because and I guess you guys must have talked about it in your committee, but there's a definition in R277-100.
What's it say?
It says, means to formally supervise, inspect, or examine the compliance, performance, or finances of a program or set of requirements. A monitoring program may include review of financial and supporting reports required of the subject program, follow up to ensure the subject program takes timely and appropriate actions to correct identified deficiencies, which would be the risk, supervising remedial action recommended by audit or monitoring findings or required by board rule, and any function performed in an evaluation or review. So are we
here's my
using
question.
that? Yeah.
What are they using to follow up on? Are they using a corrective action plan? Exactly.
You can, so I guess one of my overall, what I was coming down here to just mention is that you want to stay, I think you want to stay as a board at a more up here kind of, and then let the agency figure out the in the weeds. You want for, what's this overall goal?
Optimize oversight and accountability.
You want to think about what are the pieces of oversight and accountability that you want the agency to figure out. You don't have to figure out what the agency needs to do as in terms of any of the rubrics or the plans or any of that. You want us to establish an internal control system. You want us to come up with performance measures. You want us to
transparent,
and you want us to be transparent with the data. You can put these in, but you are getting down in that space that you don't have to be in. You can do as many priorities as you want. I'm just saying you don't have to.
This is ironic for me to say this because I think we too often blur governance and management.
Yeah.
However, I think this is pretty general. The only thing this does is send a message that once you monitor and find a problem, you don't have to write a cap to fix the problem. You can do what you just said.
Right.
You can write clear steps, send it in writing, say you have this amount of time to fix it, or you will be on this says corrective action plan is the last step. It's not the first.
The only consideration I would hope that you would think about is every priority that you put in, our staff have to answer to it. So if you put this in, we have to do it. Is it something
Gives you
that
flexibility.
we must, well, I have to show that our agency is meeting the priorities. So I will have to direct performance improvement steps up to corrective action. And the agency will have to show how it's doing that in every case. It's not an option. If it is a priority, then it must be done. Is that what you want? So a year from now, if I am spending a half hour showing how our agency directed performance steps up to corrective action, are you going to be thinking that's a good use of time?
Yes.
Okay, then it belongs.
Me,
Then it belongs in here. It's just a good check. But if you're like, I didn't need to know that, that's detail, then don't put it in here.
I don't think that you need to report. And on Wednesday at 3:55, we had a phone call to explain this piece. I don't think we need all of that. I just think in process in general, this is saying, give an opportunity to work it out. And if they don't, give them a corrective action plan.
Okay.
Because I think, now, here's a problem. In code, for example, with UFA and some other, our only option is a corrective action plan. So there are some areas, I just remember Deputy Jones saying this. So there's gonna have to be some flexibility, but I think the flexibility is built into this.
Okay.
So we've heard from the superintendent, I think a valuable insight. she and her team will be the ones implementing. So I'd like to just take that vote again and move on to, we're gonna go back to 2.2 and see if we can do a quick consensus on that one. That's the last one that's not clear. And then we can turn it over for some voting. Raise your hand if you are supportive, continue to be supportive of direct performance improvement steps after this discussion.
Is that all it's gonna say, direct performance improvement steps?
Direct performance improvement steps, comma, up to corrective action.
It's written on the screen.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward, but, okay.
It's maybe a little awkward, but I think the idea is pretty clear
Fits in
now.
context.
Okay, wait, raise your hands one more time, sorry. One more time.
Voted for this already. Are we voting it again?
Yes, in light of the conversation.
And Jenny, we could take off the.
1, 2, 3,
up to
4,
the
5,
corrective
6,
actions.
7.
It could just be that first part.
Shorter the
I don't
better.
know, but I think that.
Okay, so
Have to do that first.
we have 7 votes for that. We have a few people missing. We may or may not leave this in the motions, but we'll put it in as this. And if 3.4 priority comes up for a vote, then we'll see what happens there. Okay, we're gonna go to 2.2 again. If you remember, this is the barriers conversation. The original was reduce licensing barriers to attract qualified professionals. We put up here the 2.3, which did get approval from all of you, or at least a majority hand raised, to attract and retain high-quality educators. So in light of that, we are going back to option 1 and option 2. Are we going to this is the question is, are we gonna come up with a consensus here that gives us confidence in taking a vote and passing this? Examine licensing standards to attract and retain high-quality, highly qualified professionals while developing meaningful alternative pathways into public education. And these are slightly different than the slides before.
I like option 2.
Option 2, streamline / simplify. We probably have to pick one of those, I guess.
Choose one.
Choose one. Licensing pathways to attract highly qualified professionals to public education. So it's not, 2 is not about, it's about attracting them. It's not about retaining them, which is a little, which is part of 2.3.
I like option 2.
Okay, so let's see how how to vote here. Let's vote for option 1 and option 2 and just see if we get there. I don't think I want to do the way it was because I don't think we got the votes on the original 2.2. So let's look at option 1, option 2, and then option 3 will be disregard this, move on, don't include it somehow.
So we're just doing option 1, option 2. We're not doing chosen.
We're not doing the chosen, we're not doing the top 2, the old priority 2.2. Chosen 2.3 means it was already chosen. That's just there for your reference to see that is already covered as a priority. So option 1, raise your hand if option 1 is good with you. Option 1.
I have a question. Is the goal only to attract people who are already in their profession to come to education from their previous profession? Or is the goal to attract new people to be highly qualified educators out of, high school when they're starting college?
I think a good question to ask yourself, and there could either be an important answer for us to discuss right now. That is the kind of nuance that the staff can really articulate.
And I would say the way it reads for me in both of these is to, whether you're outside the system or inside the system, we are trying to get highly qualified professionals.
People regardless,
So
whether
whether
they're
you end up with me, who is
electricians,
bottom, or,
teacher.
right, yeah. You're
So it's
trying to
more
get-
general. It's not specific to people who are already in a specific industry that can qualify to teach in that industry. Okay, so option one, again, we didn't have any votes, right, for option one? Option two. Okay, we got option two. So we'll add option two to our finding.
Figure out streamline or
I'm
simplify.
gonna to add it.
Raise your hand if you like streamline.
Well, we all did.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The other option is simplify. Simplify. Raise your hand, simplify. 4. Okay, so it's streamline licensing pathways to attract highly qualified professionals to public education.
I'm just wondering if we could have it say to attract and retain highly qualified, because it kind of combines what we missed out on 2.3, because that retain, we want to simplify. To Cole's point is, we don't want him to leave education because it's making it hard to have an additional endorsement. So I'd like it to say to attract and retain highly qualified.
Okay, so raise your hand if you support adding to what we just altered, attract and retain. Okay, so, wait, let me give another second to that, because I see some people thinking through.
Yeah, what are we raising our hand for?
This is to add, so it'll now say to attract and retain highly qualified professionals.
Option two, yeah.
Option two, raise your hand again if that's okay to add. Okay, good. You got, that makes sense? You got all that?
Got it.
Thank you all so much. It has been a delight, seriously.
You don't mean that.
I really do. I love this kind of conversation. It makes me feel really good about our education system, that there's this thoughtful process happening. A willingness for all of you to be here, spend these 2 long days, and to represent the people you serve in such a thoughtful way. I really feel honored, and we as Mighty Penguin are really lucky to be a part of this process. Thank you, and thank you to all who worked very hard for this. That ends our portion. We're gonna stick around, but we're gonna turn it back over to you all for any formal business that you have to take care of.
Okay.
Can I just talk through process right after I took a giant bite of bread?
But you might have to stand up to get their
Are you,
attention.
are you gonna use the, do you want me to shut down?
I would love to. The screens, yeah.
Got her in a moment.
I'm gonna shut down.
Oh, you need like, so
That would
this
be
is still included?
Okay. So, board members, let's all clap for Dave.
Out there. So glad you tuned in.
Way to bring the crowd.
You didn't know you'd have an audience, did you?
We don't have 1,000 people on the YouTube.
I wanna know where that went.
So I just want to talk through process quick. We've been in this more informal, discussion-based, collaborative kind of format for this part of our board meeting, which I think has been great, has led to a lot of progress, which I love to see. But we do need to make some formal motions to act as a board and adopt some of these priorities and take any action you want to take on mission, vision, that sort of thing. So I have draft based off of your discussion and working with Rebecca to make sure everything that you all put in the Menti and then discussed after the fact is captured. I have like 3 pages of motions drafted for you all. I'm going to put them up on the screen. We'll start with any on mission and vision and then work our way through the priorities in the order that we did them here today. So we'll start with the ones under goal 2, the promote educator quality and effectiveness, and then we'll move to elevate student learning, and then we'll go to optimize site and accountability priorities. So I will put up the draft motions. It's up to you all to make any of those motions. And then we will take I guess I didn't bring down any roll call votes.
I'll chair it from there. How's
But
that?
yes, I will be running the screens with the motions and everything. But obviously, you know, we'll have a chair running the votes and everything. Is everyone clear on process? Okay, this is just where it gets a little more formal. Yes?
Question on, just for us to understand, on a vote, do we have to do a roll call vote for every single thing, or can we do a raise of hand and then just say those in favor, those against? What, how does that work?
I'm gonna
Is
leave
Member
it-
Brenton still online?
No, she's on an airplane. You could do it if you want to know, you could do it without objection. And if there's any objection, you could do a roll call.
Well, if we have, and who else is gone? Sarah, is Sarah online?
I think she just went home. So that Sarah has a limit.
I think what Sybil is saying is a good idea. We could do raise of hand and then just make sure to iterate who voted in the lesser, you know, for the public to have record of that. Good?
That's
Okay.
fine.
Love it, love it, love it.
Just wanna make sure
I'm gonna
we're
get
good.
hooked up here though.
Does the public have a good view of this room?
The public has like 4 angles of this room right now. Everyone has been on camera the whole time, just so you know.
I'm flashed my back earlier.
They saw me eating with my big spoon.
I didn't really, but you know.
That's a lovely view of us all. I have no pride.
At the end of this, we're also gonna do a round of applause for yourselves too, because we love this kind of progress. It's great. Sarah,
All right.
this is your show now.
Pull some stuff up. So, okay,
Let's scroll up.
and you gotta get to the, yeah, show me where the beginning is.
It was very good. It took me a long time to figure out what it was.
This is the first motion that I was told wanted to be made.
And this is, it's got Member Wood's name on it. Member Wood, do you wanna reiterate here?
I'd love to. All right, I move that the board approve to open doors of opportunity for all Utah children as the vision statement and academic and organizational excellence in Utah education for an elevated educational citizenry as the mission statement, maintaining the bullet points. So the mission is what we do. We set, protect, manage. The vision is what we want them to do. We want them to participate, uphold, provide.
Okay, so the motion is before us. It's been stated. Do we have a second?
Isn't that educated, just point of order?
Oh,
An
yes.
elevated, educated citizen.
Educated.
Thank you.
Yes.
It did sound wrong when I read it.
I have a question.
Do we have a second, or are you clarifying?
I have a clarifying
second.
question.
Sure.
If I want to propose kind of an introductory purpose statement that quotes the Constitution, prior to this, do I need to do it now within this motion or
It's
separate?
next. It's
Okay.
next.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. You're gonna have to raise your hand if you have any questions. If not, I don't see any hands. Let's vote. All in favor, raise your hand. And those opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay?
This
Let's keep it going.
So who's absent?
Member Davis?
Yes. I move that the board add a purpose statement that reads, "The Utah State Board of Education is responsible for general oversight and supervision of the public education system as established by the Utah Constitution. With an appreciation for Utah's pioneer heritage, we look ahead, working as policymakers and educators committed to support parents in their central role as their children's first teachers."
Second.
It's been stated, it's been seconded. Seeing no hands, let's vote on it. All in favor? Those opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Just for the public's information, we are missing Member Reel and Member Brenton. Is that it? Just those two? So,
Tracking.
and you're tracking. Thank you, Vice Chair Bollinger. Okay, next.
We do have kind of 2 options for this, so y'all are gonna have to decide what motion you wanna make.
I'll keep an eye out for hands if somebody wants to make a motion. And we can wait for a second if we
Can
want to
I
read.
just really quickly, before we do this, just note that that second half of that motion actually came from Member Carey's language that he had proposed in midway, so I didn't wanna
Did
take
he
credit.
tell you to say that?
No, no, but I didn't wanna take credit for it, I had liked pieces and I pulled pieces of it out.
No, we know that none of these are a one-man show, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's all,
I
and
hope
both,
the-
and Carol actually added the committed, which I thought was great.
yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Who knew?
So we have a couple options. Again, if somebody's wants to make a motion on either of those, that's their prerogative.
I would move that the board establish systems that identify and support highly effective educators and empower them to share best practices statewide.
Let's make sure you get that motion correct. Is that all right, Member Bogus? And Kelsey's driving, so if you need to correct anything.
I think it's just my opinion. If you read it out loud, I think we need to strike the words "and mentor" because it's inherent in share best practices. So I would strike those words. That's just how I made the motion. That's how I would present it to the body if I were in a regular board meeting.
This is a regular board.
Read this correctly because we have to insert a word where we deleted. Kelsey inserted with.
Yes, that's what I said.
Oh, I should listen better. Okay, so.
If I go back on the video, I will text you and apologize, sir.
Yeah,
But
please
I do
don't.
believe that's what I said.
Please don't. We are here. We don't need to rewatch.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is that the board approve, and it's been seconded, the board approve established systems that identify and support highly effective educators and empower them to share best practices with educators statewide. This would be priority 1 under promote educator quality and our effectiveness, our goal. Okay, let's vote. All in favor? And any opposed? That passes unanimously. Let's go.
Okay, this is.
Okay.
Oh, I'll do it.
Don't be shy. Yeah, thank you,
I move that the
Christine.
board approve, quote, streamline licensing pathways to attract and retain qualified individuals to public education as priority 2 under the promote educator quality and effectiveness goal.
It says professional.
And are you purposely changing professionals to individuals? That's the question.
No, sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did we want highly, when we did
Highly.
it on the board, it was highly qualified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this
Sorry
still
about
your
that.
motion, Member Bogus?
Yes,
Are you willing to, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Are you willing to?
yes.
Yeah. So the motion, let me reread it because it has been a little bit adjusted. The board approve streamlined licensing pathways to attract and retain highly qualified professionals to public education. This would be priority 2 under the promote educator quality and effectiveness goal. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seeing no hands, all in favor? Those opposed? We've got 1 no vote from Member Carey. Okay? Let's continue on. So that passes 12 in favor, one opposed.
I move that the board approve the following language as priority 3 under the promote educator.
Oh, we're,
Those both are.
These are both priority
Yeah,
3, I
so-
think we ended up here.
yeah, we had a discussion, remember, we talked about, some of us didn't love these bullets, so again, whoever's driving the motion can make a choice here. We did decide with,
So we want the
I thought we just
consensus.
did that. I thought the one we just voted on was one of the, related to these
Yeah,
two.
It was the combination
Yeah,
of the
we don't
two.
need those two.
So then don't make a motion.
okay.
We can just not,
Sorry,
we can
well,
just
the
skip
problem,
those then.
it's not a problem, but Kelsey just tried to capture everything, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
if we,
okay.
yeah,
Oh, I understand better.
So we don't even need either of
yeah,
those.
does
I
that make
understand
sense?
better. That does, so go ahead and scroll up, Kelsey. I'll make them, that's fine. But go to the next one, that would be the very next
We're looking
motion.
at priority 3 now, yeah.
So, yeah, this would then be priority 3.
Yes.
Okay,
Whoa.
but we combined the
Yes,
two.
because we combine,
Yep.
yes.
So
Okay,
I
go.
move that the board approve, quote, enhance meaningful professional development and evidence-based educator and administrator training to strengthen teaching and teaching leadership and improve student outcomes.
Okay, so,
I know there's not leadership in there, but would it make sense to put it in there?
well, it's, you spoke
part
up
of-
on the motion, so you have the floor here. And we can amend if we
Teaching
want
common
to.
leader as priority 3 under the promote educator and quality effectiveness goal.
Which one did you have?
The
Sorry.
last one. The last one.
Evidence-based educator and administrator training. Evidence-based educator and administrator training to strengthen teaching and improve student outcomes. But,
She just added leadership, that's.
yeah, so is that your motion then?
I think we should add leadership in there because otherwise there's no reason to have administrator.
So the motion then is to that the board approve enhance meaningful professional development and evidence-based educator and administrator training to strengthen teaching, leadership, and improve student outcomes as priority 3 under the promote educator quality and effectiveness goal. Remember, are we voting or do you have a question? Okay, let's vote then. I don't see any questions. Go
Matt, I'm
ahead.
sorry, I'm gonna be petty. It would read better for our staff if we switched the words educator, administrator, and teaching and leadership. And that way it says teaching and improve student outcomes together.
Yeah, I agree.
So if we just switch those words, it doesn't change the meaning.
Right.
But if this is effectuated by a vote, we should
Well,
probably.
let's get your motion correct and then we'll vote on it. How's that?
As administrators.
Yeah, that would read better, I think, for our staff.
Let me reread then, restate. The motion is that the board approve enhance meaningful professional development and evidence-based administrator and educator training to strengthen leadership, teaching, and improve student outcomes as priority 3 under the promote educator quality and effectiveness goal.
Second.
Okay, it's been made, it's been seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we've got one opposed, so passes 12 in favor, 1 opposed. That comes from member Bogus. Robert's rule says don't do that. Just FYI. Okay. What's next?
High quality.
And it starts at number 3 because we already did 1 and 2.
Okay, yeah, so it starts at number 3 because we already did 1 and 2 of our first goal.
Okay, so are we with the cursor? Okay, I move that the board approve, quote, enhance instruction by identifying, supporting, and scaling effective teaching practices that optimize student learning and academic outcomes as priority, quote, end quote, as priority 3 under the elevate student learning goal.
Thank you. It's been stated. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Let's vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we've got 1 opposed coming from member Bogus. Let's continue on.
Oh, I can't.
This one.
Who's got it?
There were also like 2 kind of options that came out of this, just so you
So
can
support initiatives and interventions that enable educators to close individual learning gaps by equipping all learners in meeting and exceeding grade level proficiency.
So the motion is that the board approve support initiatives and interventions that enable educators to close individual learning gaps by equipping all learners in meeting or exceeding grade level proficiency as priority 4 under the Elevate Student Learning Goal. Member Carey?
Substitute motion,
Sure.
that would be the first one.
There's a substitute motion by member Carey that the board approve close individual learning gaps with timely support for learning interventions and initiatives as priority 4 under the Elevate Student Learning Goal. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Seeing no hands for comment, let's vote. All in favor? Let me see, 2, 4, 6, 7. Those opposed?
There's not 8.
4, 5, okay. So that motion fails. That brings us back to member Earl's motion. And I should ask, I can't remember if we got a second for that.
I seconded it, but I didn't get the votes on who.
Oh, that's right. We didn't write those down. So let's do those opposed. There were fewer that were opposed. And so if you're opposed to,
Christina was opposed.
Christina, Randy, and.
Randy, Leanne, Jenny, and Emily.
Okay, sorry.
So it was 7 to 6, is that right? Is that
7 to
what we
5.
got?
Jenny, you're so.
Well, we should have 13.
I thought there were 4.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It should be 7 to 6. Amanda,
Yeah, I'm missing a vote.
who are you missing?
So let's see, I have my no votes is Christina, Member Bogus, Member Booth, Member Earl, Member Green, and Vice Chair Wood. Was anybody else a no?
Emily.
She said.
So then yes votes would be myself, Member Davis.
I was abstaining because.
Oh, that's why.
I want a different, I like it with different language.
Okay, but that helps me get our vote.
Okay, so we had 7 for, 5 against,
abstention.
and 1 abstention. Okay, so this brings us back to Member Earl's motion, and that is that the board approve support initiatives and interventions that enable educators to close individual learning gaps by equipping all learners in meeting or exceeding grade level proficiency as priority 4 under the Elevate Student Learning goal. Seeing no hands, let's vote. All in favor? Those opposed? That passes unanimously, even though that was like the least unanimous. The least unanimous vote I've ever seen. Okay. You forced our hands. Sorry, I forget, we're still live. All right, let's keep going.
I move that the board approve, quote, clearly communicate required expectations as priority 1 under the optimize oversight and accountability goal.
Second.
We have a motion's been stated and seconded. Let me just repeat that the board approved clearly communicate required expectations as priority 1 under the optimize oversight and accountability goal. Seeing no hands for discussion, all in favor, please vote or raise your hand. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Let's keep going. Hold on one second.
I just want to say, I have priority 3 listed next because that's the order we did them from the mentee, but if you want to do 2 first, in case that's more clear, so people don't get confused.
I'm happy to.
Let's take care of 3. It looks like there's 2 options or 3 options for 2. So Member Bogus, back to you.
I move that the board approve, quote, support and monitor to whoa. What would you like me to read there, sir?
I have educational entities in parentheses because it was thrown out there at the end and there wasn't a lot of discussion on that. So we can either put it in the motion or not have it in the motion.
Well, I guess since I'm making the motion, I move that the board approve, quote, support and monitor to ensure compliance as priority 3 under the optimize oversight and accountability goal.
Second.
And we have a second question. Go ahead.
Substitute motions.
Substitute.
Or, I think we need to talk about who we're supporting and monitoring. Education entities to ensure compliance is priority 3.
Well, if we don't talk about it, it falls under everything that's under our jurisdiction already, right? I mean, we're not gonna.
Wait, are we?
We can't go beyond what we.
Agency, it's USDB.
I know who it is, I just don't know that it's clear to other people.
We can only work with education.
I know, we know that, but I'm not sure. Many people think private schools.
So Member Leary, you have a potential amendment?
Well, I'm just saying that's one distinction, but there are other. I just think in order to clarify who we monitor, it's not easy, but on the other hand, otherwise it just says we're monitoring. And it doesn't give notice to those education entities, I believe.
Well, we're also monitoring ourselves. In the in the audit, we were told that we needed to come up with a system for monitoring. How Debbie, the wording was monitor internal operations. So we need to monitor both
But the
LEAs
agency is an
and
education entity. The board is an education entity.
Yep. So general is good.
So are you saying general, you support this motion, or general, we don't?
As long as we understand, we need to do both.
Yeah.
Second.
So Member Lear, I know you raised your hand. We've got a motion on the floor. It's been seconded.
It's fine. I clear as kind, I've been told. And I think that would have been a good, but if we're fine with having no object to the verb.
You have a second, yeah.
Pardon me?
Joe seconded your motion.
There's no motion. She didn't make a motion to be.
I didn't, I mean, was that, were you
That was for
intending?
you.
He seconded it anyway.
Seconded your motion?
Yeah,
Well,
I wasn't.
Make the motion.
All right, let's try this one more time. Okay. That will add educational entities after monitor. So it'll read, support and monitor education entities, and I think we can say, to ensure compliance is and to ensure compliance, end quote.
So, you want to, the motion to amend is to include educational entities after monitor, is that correct? So it will read
Right. I don't think you
support,
need to put, it just can be education entities.
education. So it will read support and monitor education entities to ensure compliance. Is that your motion, your amendment? Is that seconded? That is seconded.
So
Okay, so
I
up for
hate to be
discussion.
the goober here, but what about the construction oversight we're supposed to do? What about, like, there's.
But somebody's building those buildings, those
Well,
are.
I understand that, but that's been, one of the audits pointed out that we didn't supervise school construction. I forget exactly the language used.
So we need to.
Well, I'm not saying that we need to, but if we put this in here, if it's implied that anything under our general control and supervision is in the first motion, to add this narrows the scope, and we do have some things that are not actually education
Like,
entities.
for example, we support Odyssey right now with UFA, even though it's not an education entity, so I'm not sure would this limit us? We only support them to the extent that we oversee the contract, but we do it, so will this narrow in any
You
way?
have childcare programs under child nutrition programs that are not necessarily, I mean, I don't know,
I
education
just-
because it's child nutrition.
I agree that it's narrow, but I also just find it hard to have a verb without an option.
Okay.
You also have that with general oversight and supervision. Oh, no, it does have an object, because it says public.
The public
education.
All right. Let's vote on the motion that's before us, if that's okay. I can't handle all this English, stuff. So the motion to amend is to add education entities after monitor. Please, let's vote. Raise your hand if you're
And
for.
what about, okay, I had another thought, but.
What is it?
I mean, we could broaden it, we could do one of two things, we could say education entities under the board's supervision, or we could say entities under the board's supervision.
That's what I would say. I like that.
Yeah. Yep.
So there's an amendment to the amendment here. We'll just call it the amendment. So,
To add entities under the board's supervision.
entities, so this is there any opposition to changing this amendment to read as follows? I'm not seeing any opposition. So this is the new amendment. So the amendment is to add entities under the board's supervision after monitor. Is there any opposition? Raise your hand if you're a no vote. Okay, we've got one. So we've got, that passes, 12 in favor, 1 opposed from Member Kelly. So our new vote, our new motion then is that the board approve support and monitor entities under the board's supervision to ensure compliance as priority 3 under the optimized oversight and accountability goal. Seeing no other discussion, raise your hand if you're for. Those against, that passes unanimously. Now, we'll try to fit, I think there's 3 priority 2,
Yeah, let me,
or is there 4, or how many? Yeah, let's see if we can get them.
I think there were 3, but they're pretty similar. It's just.
Okay, I have a motion.
Jenny, go ahead.
It's new.
A new one?
It's new.
Oh my.
Effectively use internal controls.
Effectively use, so your motion is,
Play, that would be the motion for that one.
okay. Let's get that on the screen since this is something that, something new to us.
Or it could be strengthened, it could be.
To improve internal.
Okay, is that your motion?
Yep.
Get your glasses on. Do we have a second, and then we'll go,
A second?
we have a second, speak to it before Joe's got a,
I have a substitute motion.
okay. Well,
Go ahead.
you're gonna, okay, go ahead, Joe.
So we just like to, I'd like to make a substitute motion, and that motion would be strengthen risk assessment and mitigation processes to improve internal controls. And then if I could speak to it.
We have it's up here, it's been stated. Will you highlight that? And then, do we have a second? We have a second. Go ahead, Joe.
We spoke with CA Davis about the best way to address this need to show that there is an assessment and mitigation that takes place internally as well as externally. And the consensus was that this language best captures that dual role that we have as a board, not only to assess risk and monitor outside the agency, but also we have that constitutional responsibility internally. And that's the reason for the substitution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So the motion then, to be restated before we vote, is that the board approve strengthen risk assessment and mitigation processes to improve internal controls as priority 2 under the optimized oversight and accountability goal.
I have a
Are you
question.
voting or question? Go ahead.
So does that narrow it down to just internal controls? I mean, you implied that it would go outside of that, but I don't read it that way. And is that what we want it to read as?
I would defer to, is CA Davis still here?
Yeah.
I would defer to her if I could, Chair.
That's yeah, you want to respond?
So internal controls are going to apply to everything under the board's jurisdiction, and it's very broad. It would be all internal control components. So I think it's a sweeping statement when you say internal controls to include all of that.
Does that answer your question, Emily?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So one more time, the motion then, the substitute motion is that the board approve strengthen risk assessment and mitigation processes to improve internal controls as priority 2 under the optimized oversight and accountability goal. Let's vote. All in favor? Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
And then priority 4, last one.
Don't you get me worked up. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I move that the board approve, quote, direct performance steps, comma, up to corrective action, end quote, as priority 4 under optimized oversight and accountability goal.
Second.
The motion has been stated.
I have an amendment.
You have an amendment? Okay.
Yeah, just strike the up to corrective action. I did direct performance improvement steps.
So the amendment is to strike up to corrective action. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I just, directing improvement steps. I don't know. For me, it's enough.
Okay.
Sorry. Can I go?
Well, I don't know. It did. Who was going?
I'm so sorry.
I would prefer to keep up to corrective action. For me, it kind of follows it through to the very end. I mean, if we're gonna direct and performance improvement steps and those steps aren't met, there's like this level of accountability that exists with up to corrective action. And I think that also expands that we should be thinking about what corrective action should look like if the performance improvement steps were not met.
Is there any way to word that differently? Could it be something like, sorry, I'm just speaking out of turn now.
Well, let me just throw my thought, because I mean, I hear what you're saying. Me and my experience here, direct performance improvement steps. I mean, why would you start adding additional things that are already in the improvement steps? Why not add all of them, right? Like, we're gonna reach out to you, and then we're gonna do this, so then we're gonna do this, so then finally we're gonna do corrective action. Seems repetitive or redundant to me, unnecessary. I'd support removing it, just because nobody's gonna read this and be like, oh, why didn't they put the end part of that in, right? That's just my thought. So who did we have? Roger? We're gonna call you out now because you harassed Emily.
I have a question for you,
Yeah,
Chair.
please.
Based on what you just said, I have a question for you. So, are you comfortable with us doing a monitoring visit and then writing a CAP?
If it's necessary, if it's part of the
Right,
steps.
without giving the LEA an opportunity to fix the problem and then put them on a CAP?
the point was brought up earlier about a cap. And where's Molly? Because I'll ask her as well. How many?
Yeah.
I got to take you back to your principal or even your executive director days.
Okay.
How many caps did you get that were not really caps, but it was like, no, this is a corrective action plan. When we think of a corrective action plan, we think of high level.
Yeah.
But in reality, the corrective action plan is, hey, you made a mistake here. Can you correct that? Here's, get that back to me by Tuesday. That's a plan, right? That's a cap. So I think we're looking at this cap in our level. We're looking at it up here as like, that is the end all be all. And you do not want a cap. Well, I don't want to, I received 0 caps, but does that help clarify?
Well, I know, I see them, I get all the finance caps, I see all the finance caps.
Yeah,
I feel like we should put a step in prior to a cap. Because a cap is grammable, a cap is more formal, a cap has a negative connotation.
So what word would you use for that?
Yeah, can because I'm not sure what that would look like. I guess I would defer to staff, and i.e. Molly, she's the only one here that could speak to that and has experience on both ends. Molly, what would that look like to not have again, as soft and hard as the caps can be, what would it look like if you reach out to, not my school, we don't do that, but another school and said, hey, you made a mistake, we're not calling it a cap, what would,
Well,
what is it?
when Debbie would get a hotline for my Summit Academy, I would go through and fix it, and then I would tell her how I fixed it. And most of the ones that I responded to, I forgot a couple before I left, but my point is those performance steps, improvement steps happen regularly, and I mean, we did it with a district that was supposedly not teaching the standards just a couple weeks ago. They clarified something, they fixed it, and
no cap?
And no cap.
Then what's wrong with the
But
motion?
that was the cap, right?
That was
You
the
went
cap.
in, you had a corrective, you said, here's a correction you need to make, here's the plan, get it back to me. That's a cap.
I think we need to redefine caps, because the caps that I see.
Well, that's what I'm saying, they range. Please don't redefine them, let's not spend time doing that right now. That's,
But this captures what she just said.
But maybe, sorry, can I share?
yeah, I'm sorry.
Maybe that's the thing, maybe if we leave it as direct performance improvement steps, then we need to clarify on our rules what that is. Is it an improvement plan, or then is it a corrective action plan? Maybe there's that piece to your point.
It happens as part of the program being low-level monitored.
Could it be?
As it's being low-level monitored, when you see things, you help them fix it. If they don't fix it, you write a cap.
That's the motion.
We've got a question from Joe here, then Jenny's got a comment as well.
I just, if I may through the chair, ask the superintendent, does the superintendent believe that she and her staff would have more flexibility by leaving up to corrective action in the motion, or would you have more flexibility in terms of accountability and oversight if we leave it in or take it out? Thank you, Chair.
Is that okay? You got that, Molly?
Because I think
I go with the flow. So you put it in, it's in. I mean, to me, you're stating the obvious. Not you, but I think it's
I do
stating.
that a lot.
I think it's performance improvement steps. The top of the step is a corrective action. So it's stating something that whether you have it there in type or not, it is still there as part of the process. Yes.
And remember, we talked about a rule. Remember, this is a priority that we're directing staff.
This is what the only thing that I wanted to say about this is I will have the responsibility that the agency has to report on their implementation of the strategic plan. If you want a reporting of points or the whatevers, having, if you want a metric around directing performance improvement steps, if there is if you're picturing something different in your mind when it says direct performance improvement steps versus direct performance improvement steps up to corrective action, if those are two different things, then leave it in there because it makes a distinction. If taking it off does not change what's in your mind as a picture, then it's not necessary.
Okay. Jenny and then
I want to
Leanne.
ask a question. So Superintendent Hart?
Yeah.
Isn't anytime you have to fix an action that's inappropriate a corrective action? So are we talking about corrective action as we're going to make something better, or are we talking about the plan? Because this doesn't say plan, so this doesn't say all the way up to that final step.
I would prefer that you take it off because it's complicating things more than it's optimizing performance.
Can I ask maybe one change that might help with that? Because it doesn't say corrective action plan, and I do think that's key. Instead of being steps, if it said direct performance improvement, steps for corrective action. And then that corrective action could be a variety.
Well, then you're
Well,
taking
no,
out
that's-
anything that's not in a formalized plan.
Right.
Well, but your
Steps.
point is, your point is taken. Direct performance improvement up
Or
to corrective action plans, then you're talking about the whole spectrum of performance improvement. If you
Talking about steps, it's in the step, but if you remove
Right.
steps, then you could, but
Right.
again, it's saying the same thing. Your motion is saying the same thing. Okay, so the motion to amend is to strike up to corrective action from the motion. Any more comments?
So it would just read,
So
right,
just,
performance improvement steps.
yes. Yes.
So I want to ask Ben, just to quickly clarify what Superintendent just said. Did you say we could consider direct performance improvement steps? Oh no, I forgot what you said.
direct performance improvement
Improvement up to corrective plans.
up to corrective action plans.
Corrective action plans.
That would indicate what the word that you would be missing, well, the word you're implying is performance improvement is a process, and that at the ultimate, it's a corrective action plan.
Can I just speak against that for just 1 second? And let me just tell you why. We listen to, sometimes the corrective action plan is not the end of these steps. And we listened to law and licensing today, and Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, I know you're in a kind of a side thing, but we just talked in law and licensing about a potential committee that could happen. That might be after the cap has been placed, right? When we start saying things within these steps, we are bound by that. And so I really think, again, with us trying to be at an oversight level, and we're trying to say, okay, staff, here's where we want you, and we want you within your performance improvement steps. As soon as we say cap, or we're binding them at that cap. And I don't know, again, I told you, there's a range of caps that I get, right? And so I just want to be careful with that. Okay, so the motion then is to strike up to corrective action. Seeing no other hands, all in favor of striking this? Those opposed? I've got 2 opposed, Member Green and Member Bogus. This brings us to the amended motion, and that is that the board approve direct performance improvement steps as priority 4 under the optimized oversight and accountability goal. All in favor, please vote or raise your hand. Those opposed? Opposed? You were like, yes, and then you started chatting. You can only vote once. That passes unanimously. I think that's the end of our motions. As a result, we're gonna throw a party for you in December. Truly, thank you. Is there one final motion for the evening?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. We're adjourned, thank you.
I feel like we need to do like a team cheer.
I just wanna say thank you.
Wow.